So what time you gonna be here? Tyler asked me impatiently, his voice obviously frustrated. "'Cause the storm's gonna hit any second and I wanna get dinner cooked now in case the power goes out." I glanced up at the grey sky from underneath my umbrella and saw a large front of ominous looking clouds steadily drifting this way. "No joke," I replied loudly as I shouted over the sound of falling rain and thunder. "I'm on the corner of Eldred and Warren now, so I'll be there in 5 minutes." "Alright, I'll start the oven now." I flinched at a particularly loud crack of thunder and quickened my pace. "What are we eating anyway?" I asked to keep my mind occupied and help me ignore the squishing of my soaking wet socks. Guess," Tyler responded, and I could imagine his cocky grin. I sighed knowingly. "Pepperoni pizza with black olives and jalapenos?" "Pepperoni pizza with black olives and jalapenos. Yes, sir, that is correct," Tyler began. "It is the ultimate comfort food, as you get a little bit of everything. You get your vegetables and your dairy and your wheat and... Are you here yet?" I looked around, confused in the rain. "No?" "Oh, never mind then. I thought I heard the doorbell." I shook my head. "You don't have a doorbell. You complained about it yesterday." The rainwater was collecting now, running down the streets and sidewalks in a rapid torrent. I could see the stream break against my boots, carrying dirt and leaves and little twigs with it. I shivered as the wind blew harder and cast misty spray against my face and neck. I slipped and caught myself against a fence post. "Hey man, I'll be there in a bit. I'm hanging up before I bust my ass in my new phone. See ya." I hung up and slid my cell into my pocket. A flash of lightning lit up the sky, and I blinked away the after images as I trudged along the line of yards where the sidewalk ended. I grimaced as my boots slurped in and out of the mud with sickening wet squelches letting me know I would soon be filthy. I cursed under my breath and silently berated myself for getting talked into this. Should have stayed at home. Walking 3 miles through the rain with a storm on the way just to hang out was a terrible idea. Should have just stayed in bed. My curmudgeonly conversation with myself continued for several minutes until, at long last, sopping wet and freezing, I found myself on the doorstep of TJ's new house. It was old and weathered, with faded paint and windows so scratched they looked foggy. The grass, despite the rain this autumn had brought, was yellow and dead. I walked up the cracked driveway and to the front door. I knocked on it loudly and shivered as I wrapped my arms around myself. No answer. I knocked again, banging my fist against the wooden door so hard, flecks of chipped green paint broke off and flitted to the ground. "Tyler, it's me! Open the damn door!" The door swung open with a loud creak, and Tyler's face smiled at me from within. "Sorry man, couldn't hear you over all the noise." He waved me inside. I kicked off my boots and threw my jacket in the corner to get the wet chill off of me. He looked me over and laughed, his green eyes crinkling at the corners as he guffawed at my current state. "So, how'd it go?" he asked sarcastically. I groaned and headed down the hall. "Lovely. Now, where's your bathroom?" "First door on the left. Pizza's almost done at least," he called after me as I padded down the wood floors in jeans heavy with rainwater. The house was bigger than I expected. Sure, it was old and needed a lot of work done, but it was good sized. It had that old 70s style layout with lots of little rooms sectioned off into their own areas. As such, I didn't see much of the place as I walked past closed doors to get to the bathroom. The door at the end of the hall inched open as I approached, then shut a moment later. Guess his roommates aren't the chatty type. Works for me. I toweled off in the bathroom and laid my jeans out to dry, slipping into a pair of sweatpants Tyler had set out on the counter. I flicked the light off and went down the hall toward the kitchen to get some pizza, my stomach growling ravenously. The door at the end of the hall squeaked open behind me and then the bathroom door closed. I looked over my shoulder and saw the bathroom light on again. "Here's your half," Tyler announced and set 4 slices of pizza on the table. "TV signal's out due to the weather, but we can still watch a movie." "Sounds good," I mumbled through a mouthful of piping hot pizza and followed him to the living room. The house was dark, I noted, in every room. The floors were all wood, no carpet, and the walls were painted a deep grey like the thunderclouds overhead. The light seemed dim, despite having new bulbs, and made colour wash away and fade. I shivered. Tyler glanced at me. "Still cold? I got a hoodie you can wear." I nodded and he tossed the red pullover my way. Some comedy I wasn't really paying attention to played on the television. Tyler laughed here and there, sometimes repeating the jokes and pointing, but I felt detached. I set my pizza down, appetite diminished, and flinched as one of the bedroom doors in the house slammed shut. I could hear them moving around in their room, possibly rearranging furniture, and glanced at Tyler to see if he had reacted to the noise, but he hadn't. Having lived only on my own since graduation, I wasn't used to having someone else in the house. My apartment was small, not quite cramped, but certainly on a cozy side. As such, I had everything exactly as I wanted it, and not a single thing out of place. It was quiet and well lit, with thick, cushy carpet and central heating. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and 0 roommates making such a ruckus. I opened my mouth to voice such concerns, then realised it could come off as snobbish. I bit my lip and kept silent, not wanting to offend my friend by insulting his new house and roommate, whom I never met. "You full already?" Tyler asked me, and I shrugged. "Not really hungry, I guess." "Well, damn." He reached out and snatched up my remaining slices. "I'll take those off your hands." My mouth felt dry and sticky, so I got up and walked over to the kitchen, my mind still wandering as I listened to the commotion going on in the next room. There was a loud scraping, like someone dragging a bed or dresser, and I could feel the vibrations rumbling through the floor. I sipped on my tea and looked around the kitchen, noting the lack of appliances and that there were only 2 chairs on the table. The scraping stopped suddenly. The bedroom door creaked open loudly, and I looked up from my cup, expecting to see someone coming down the hall. Instead, I heard a different door open and shut, followed by loud thumping, like someone jumping up and down. What the hell are they doing in there? Tyler laughed loudly as a series of shouts echoed from the flat screen and into the empty house. I glanced at him and then to the TV, when the light in the kitchen went out. A door slammed in the hall. The movie continued playing, and I could see the light on the microwave still blinking. "Cheap-ass bulbs," I groaned, and then went to turn the light off before switching the light bulb out. When I paused, the light switch was down. I glanced back at Tyler, then peered around the hall, the endless knocking and banging still going strong. "So what's the deal with this place?" I asked aloud as I flipped the switch and the light came back on. "What do you mean?" Tyler asked after a moment's distraction as he paused the movie. I sat down in the lumpy chair his dad had given him and gestured to the house as a whole with my hands. "Like, how did you get it? And from who?" "Oh, just some old man. Italian, I think. Mr. Scarpino or something like that." I waited for him to continue, but he just took a bite of pizza. "And? How'd you hear about it?" He shrugged. "Just saw a post online. Me and like 2 other guys came and looked at it. One of them got it. Then the old man called me like a week later saying it was available, and I moved in." I chewed my lip. "Why was it open again?" "The guy moved out. Just up and left." The wall behind me jolted violently and knocked over a bottle of whiskey Tyler had on display. It shattered and splashed across the floor, leaving the house suddenly silent. Tyler cursed loudly and jumped up to clean it. "Alright, enough of this crap. I don't care if it's rude, this is nothing compared to what the douchebag in the other room is doing." I sighed and sat my tea down as Tyler threw a towel over the spilled liquor. "Hey man, seriously. What's up with your roommate?" Tyler looked up from the towel and laughed, his eyes staring up at the ceiling before meeting mine. "That's how I got the place so cheap." I tilted my head to the side, confused. "So what? He just pays a bigger share of rent?" He laughed again and sat down, looking around for the remote. The commotion in the room escalated suddenly to an all-time high, and I grew tense. My fingers dug into the armrest of my chair. The walls rattled and shook as if there were an earthquake, even the windows jostling flimsily. Tyler pressed play on the remote, the couch beneath him cracking as the impacts against the wall hit it. "No, man." He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. "I don't have a roommate." The difference between 0 and 1. Mathematically, it's the same as the difference between 1 and 2, but from a philosophical point of view, it is much larger. A quitting smoker knows the difference. The willpower they wield when they've not smoked for half a day is small, but once that day is over, the willpower grows to the point where, if lucky, days turn to weeks and weeks turn to months. However, there is always that thought in the back of their head: "I can have just 1, I'll start again tomorrow." But when they cave, the cycle starts over. They are no longer a non-smoker. They are a smoker who happened to not smoke for 3 months. That willpower is now back at 0, and they need to start again. Just 1 cigarette. It's the same with everything. What stops you from doing something bad? Is it the illegality of it? Is it the fact that you'd get caught? What stops you from turning those little thoughts everyone has into reality? It's willpower. The willpower it takes to resist your darkest thoughts, your morals. Those are the biggest hurdles. Do you let yourself think about how to get away with murder, letting your mind wander, conjuring up the perfect crime? What if you succeed? Came up with a foolproof scenario in your mind, picked a mark, you even reasoned with yourself why that person you picked deserves it. How much willpower do you need to turn your plan into reality? Considerably less. And if you succeed, how much willpower will you need for the next one? The difference between 1 and 2 is much smaller. Trust me. My neighbours were always strange people. They would leave at ungodly hours. They would blast out music every day at exactly 3:30 PM. They would only let their dog out on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Like I said, odd. I never really thought anything past that until I was about 10 years old. One day, my neighbours came knocking on my door. My parents answered it and my mother proceeded to talk to the lady about some stupid stuff that doesn't really matter. I retreated to my room to avoid being sucked into the unbearable conversation, as it was obvious I was going to be. 15 minutes passed and my mum finally came upstairs. She said the neighbours are going out of town for a week and that I needed to watch their dog. They said they'd pay me $20 for the whole week. Now to a 10-year-old, that's a never say no type deal. Besides, I didn't have to sleep there, or even stay for a little while. It was right next door. All I figured I'd really have to do is let him out, pick up his poop, and feed him. Piece of cake. Then Saturday rolled around, the day my neighbours were leaving. I could hear them outside, sometime around 3 in the morning, slamming car doors and whatnot. They were talking, but I really couldn't hear what they said other than dog, safe, boy, and scummy. I only really made out one complete sentence. What if he notices? Of course, I didn't think anything of it at the time, so I awoke at a much more reasonable hour Sunday and decided to head over to the neighbours when it was around 2 PM. When I stepped in, I could tell something was amiss. First off, there was this weird wallpaper covering every inch of the house. This wallpaper was black with these red splotches that looked like people scattered across it. There were very poorly drawn stars lining the top. The living room was odd too. It contained only a single couch and a small TV. Nothing else. The kitchen was the same level of emptiness, containing only 4 plates and 3 glasses. The weirdest thing though? There were pictures of the dog everywhere. I mean everywhere. The dog covered the fridge, the walls, everywhere. Not a single picture of either of the residents, however. I figured they must really love their dog. I noticed a note on the fridge. It read as follows. His name is Marcel. Feed him twice a day, once at 4 PM and once at 8 PM. Be on time. Leave quickly and quietly after feeding him. Let him out on Tuesday and Thursday only, and only from 5 to 8 PM. Do not go in the backyard. I should add that their backyard was completely fenced off. Couldn't even see over it if you were in the NSA. The food is in the fridge. I felt the note had strange points to it, but figured it was quite fitting for a family such as themselves. The thing that really got to me that first day is when I opened the fridge. It was empty, save for 4 containers, each labelled with a day of the week, 2 per day. They were all filled to the brim with this odd purple-red goo. I don't really know how to explain it past that, other than the fact that it smelled like milk about a month past its expiration date. I followed the directions, however, and both Sunday and Monday went by perfectly. The first difficulties came on Tuesday. After school, I decided to take a nap. I guess I slept through my alarm or didn't set one even, because I awoke at 4:45 PM. I cursed myself for sleeping in and rushed to my neighbours. When I entered the house, I found Marcel sitting on the couch in the living room. The TV was on. Did I leave it on? He let out a loud snarl as I stepped inside. Something was odd about the dog. He seemed bigger than he was the day before, like significantly bigger. Cautiously, I walked past him and poured the goo into his bowl. He stomped over and let out another snarl before fiercely lapping up the stuff. I opened the sliding glass door in the back to let him out, seeing as it was about 5. This is where I really got frightened. The backyard was covered in a thick blanket of fog, which was especially odd seeing as it was most definitely not foggy when I walked over here. When I slammed the door shut, I swear I heard a shriek come from somewhere in the fog. When I let Marcel in at 8, everything seemed normal, and everything would remain that way until Saturday rolled around. You see, I was spending Friday night at my friend's house. I decided, seeing as I would be there at 6, missing my 8 o'clock feeding time, I would just feed the dog both containers at 4, and he'd be fine. So, when I returned Saturday afternoon, I did not expect what I found. Marcel was again sitting in the couch. This time, the TV showed nothing but static. He looked sick, and he barely raised his head to look at me as I walked in. For some odd reason, the dog looked frail, smaller, and more bony than I remembered him. I tried to pet him, but he snapped at me, so I decided to try to feed him. He whimpered as I poured the goo, but reluctantly lapped it up. Although, when I tried this again at 8, he refused. I knew the neighbours would come home the next day, and I didn't want to leave any trace of my failure, so I poured the goo down the drain. Suddenly, Marcel began to howl. A blood-curdling howl that happens when a dog is in great pain. Then, from the backyard, came a bone-chilling shriek, one that haunts me and remains unexplained to this day. The goo began to bubble from the sink, and was now a deep purple. I rushed home, and didn't tell my folks any of this. Sunday rolled around and I figured that the neighbours would be storming over to tell my folks. However, they never came. They just blasted music all day and shut it off promptly at 6 p.m. I could hear a very low, almost inaudible moan periodically come from the backyard all day. When I woke up Monday morning, there was a moving truck outside the neighbour's house. I never learned what became of Marcel or the neighbours, but the house stood empty for years. I snuck into it once to peer into the backyard. There was no more fog, but everything was dead. The grass, the plants, everything. There were also these huge gashes made in the earth. No idea where they came from, but they were much too large to be made by a dog. I mean, these gashes were as wide as my 10-year-old self. I couldn't begin to tell you what was happening in that house, but I don't think I'll ever want to know. I've been in this damn room for days, waiting for my mom to tell me to come out. Thank God she forgot to take my laptop away, or I would be going absolutely insane right now. The cow is always trying her hardest to make my life hell. Sometimes I wonder if that's the only reason I was born. This argument was pretty bad though. I almost regret hitting her. The argument happened a few days ago. I had just gotten home from school and she was already waiting for me in the living room. Sitting on the table in front of her was a bag of weed I had bought the day before. She didn't even have to say a word. "What the hell is this?" Obviously, she knew what she was looking at. There was no point giving an answer to a stupid question, so I just walked into the kitchen. "I'm talking to you." "Well, I'm ignoring you," I replied with a smart-ass smile on my face. Not the smartest move. She grabbed me by the arm and pulled me into the living room. The look on her face actually almost scared me. Almost. "This is bullcrap. I'm tired of you walking around like I owe you something. First you start getting into fights and disobeying teachers, and now you're on drugs, blah 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 blah. You get the picture." I sat there for what felt like hours listening to her rant. That's when the voice I'd been hearing so often started to interrupt her. "Shut her up," I heard inside my head. I couldn't do that though. This was my mother, and I knew it wouldn't be the same as fighting some punk kid at school. Sometimes I would lose control, but I would never do it to my own mom. "Are you even listening to me?" I nodded to her and looked at her with a fake expression of remorse. Maybe if I pretended like she was getting through to me, she would shut up. She saw through it though and got even angrier. Now she went on about how desensitized I was and how I needed a therapist. My father couldn't even stand being around me before he was sent overseas, etc. "Shut her up!" The voice echoed in my head louder now, repeating itself over and over. I stood up and hit her. I blacked out after that and came to in my room. I heard her yell at me through the door not to leave the room until she says I can. It wasn't the time to disobey her. I couldn't believe she didn't call the cops on me. I sat in that room all day. Hunger crept up on me, but when I yelled if I could come out to eat, she didn't reply. She was obviously ignoring me, so I just decided to sneak out my window and grab some food from the McDonald's down the street. Days have passed now, and I'm still in this room. She hasn't checked on me. I peeked out of my room once to see if she was there, and she was sitting on the couch, exactly where she was when I had hit her. "Can I come out now?" I asked. She didn't respond. Didn't move. I walked out of the room and made my way over to her. The side of her head was a bloody mess, and the lamp was lying next to her on the couch. I didn't know I had hit her that hard. Quietly, I snuck back into my room and sat on my bed. Another day has passed in this room. I know she's out there on the couch, but I know she's okay. I'd heard her tell me to stay in this room, and I will until she lets me out. Hopefully, it's soon though, because the living room is really starting to smell bad. The world we live in is full of things we don't understand. Being the curious humans that we are, we naturally try and seek these things out. Doing so has led to remarkable discoveries and inventions that we never could have imagined 100 years ago. We have defeated diseases, built to the sky itself, and even created machines that could take us beyond the clouds and into the stars. If our ancestors could see us and what we have created, I'm sure many of them would see us as gods. Our innate curiosity and lust for knowledge has not always led us to greatness, however. True evil and darkness have also been uncovered in humanity's conquest of knowledge. And, in the end, I fear this evil will be our doom. I do not say this from the standpoint of a great philosopher who has sat and simply pondered things either. No, I say this because I have seen it, experienced it. I was a part of it. The event I am about to relate to you is true in its entirety. This, I swear. I feel certain that this will fall on deaf ears, as many of you will believe this to be just another spooky story meant to give you cheap thrills, but I promise you that this is neither my intent nor my purpose. The purpose of this story is to simply warn you of what lurks beyond the veil of what we can see and understand, to show you what awaits us in the darkness, even if I myself don't understand it. What I'm about to tell you has happened, and I feel certain it will happen again. In 1971, a not so well known scientist began preparations for an extremely secretive project known simply as the Harbinger experiment. I would like to keep the identity of the scientist a secret for personal reasons, so throughout this recounting, I will refer to him as Zimmerman. Zimmerman's background is unclear at best beyond 1971. All that is known about him before that time is that he had grown up somewhere in Maryland with a strange fascination of the occult and supernatural. This later made him an outcast among his fellow scientists due to how scoffed upon the metaphysical was, and still is at the time. Zimmerman's opinions concerning the otherworldly were not the sole cause of him being an outcast, though. It was his methods that made him widely unaccepted among his peers. Zimmerman was well known during his time for being ruthless and cold beyond measure. He never cared about the means. All that mattered to him was results, and if he predicted the results to be valuable enough, anything would be worth obtaining them. It was this insatiable and brutal lust for the truth that made him feared among those that knew of him, and the few that knew of him and did not fear him believed in him and followed him and his work very closely. The word harbinger itself has such a mystery and intimidating taste to it. Maybe it's the way it rolls off our tongues, or maybe it's simply due to its association with the project, but the word always seems to carry a certain amount of doom with it, which would make sense. The word itself means to warn or forebode. I can't imagine Zimmerman's reason for giving the experiment this title, but in retrospect, it fits perfectly. Zimmerman came to a select few, me being one of them. He told us he was working on something big, and that he needed people who could keep confidentiality and not spread idle gossip of his work. While he did not fully trust some of us, he did know that we were professionals and that for some reason or another, we were all in dire need of employment. I had worked at the local clinic as a doctor, but I was caught stealing medication and was promptly fired. This left a very dark mark on my resume, so work was hard to find. I was also a native to Alaska and lived near where the experiment would take place, so I guess you could say I was a convenient choice. As you can imagine, I jumped at the opportunity. It was hard not to when I saw the payout. 15 of us were hired in total. Some were colleagues of his that had been working with him for a while, some were maintenance workers, and a few were hired as private security. I was the only medical professional to be hired. It is still a wonder to me how he even attained the funds necessary for the experiment. I would not be wholly surprised if his financing was not entirely legal. But legal or not, I needed the money, and he was paying. Looking back, it's a decision I have come to regret. After Zimmerman obtained his money, he used it to buy a relatively large plot of land deep in the frozen wilderness of Alaska, and upon that piece of land, Zimmerman built a concrete structure, not dissimilar to a bunker in fact. The sole difference being that its goal was to keep any potential damage contained within the structure, rather than keeping it out, as he put it. Most of the structure dug underneath the earth, which had the effect of making the underground complex seem so much smaller than it really was from the outside, as would be expected. There was only one way of entering and leaving the underground structure, and it was via a ladder that led from a small, unassuming concrete building on the surface, which I will refer to from now on as the entrance building for convenience, to the network below. After everyone had gone to bed at night, the hatch that contained the ladder would be sealed off with a very large and thick metal lid. Zimmerman was very strict about this. Located not too far away from the entrance building was a series of wooden cabins that would serve as the sleeping quarters for the staff Zimmerman had hired. Compared to the entrance building standing on the surface, the underground system was massive. At the center of the complex was the control room. This is where the facility's electronics and such were linked to. This included security cameras, lights, and door controls. Consoles, monitors, and computers lined the walls of this large, central chamber. This is also where the ladder in the entrance building connected to in the underground complex. Connected to the control room were 3 doors. One that led to a smaller room that served as the infirmary, another led to a break room, and the last door led into the hallways. The hallways are where the complex began to feel extremely eerie. They were, for some reason, laid out in an extremely confusing scheme that led in circles and to complete dead ends. These hallways made up a vast majority of the complex, and it would be very easy to get lost in the maze if you were unfamiliar with the complex. But if you knew where you were going, you would find yourself standing before one of 3 8x8-foot rooms before long. Each room had a camera hooked up to one of the corners of the room, and all 3 of those cameras were connected to a corresponding monitor in the control room. Cameras were also scattered throughout the hallways so that whoever was watching their corresponding monitor could see anywhere they wanted to, when they wanted to. Thick metal doors stood at the entrance to each of the 3 8x8-foot rooms, and in order to open them, you would have to enter a 4-digit code into a panel located near the door. I remember when I first arrived at the complex, how badly the hallways frightened me. I have always been claustrophobic, you see, and those hallways were so very narrow. The noise, or more accurately, the lack of noise, was also a tremendous source of fear for me in those bleak, narrow hallways. It was always so unnaturally silent, as if the entire world had stopped moving. It really made you feel you were trapped down there. Thankfully though, I only rarely ventured into those hallways, for I was the only medical professional in the facility and I had virtually no reason to go into them. In the beginning, I found it so peculiar that Zimmerman would ask for a medical professional like me on a project like this, but by the time it was all over, I understood why. The official purpose of the Harbinger experiment was to test and observe the effects of extended isolation on the human mind. This is what was listed on the reports being sent out, at least. But unbeknownst to all those who were not participating in the project, excluding the subjects, the true purpose was much darker. Like I said before, Zimmerman had always had an obsession with the occult and supernatural. He sought to prove himself to those who did not believe in him. He wanted physical proof that the supernatural was a real phenomenon, and he wanted to be the first one to attain said proof. The true purpose of the Harbinger experiment was to find proof of the metaphysical, a world we could not see. The thought of doing this was naturally a tad bit daunting and even scary, but it was Zimmerman's method of doing so that was truly terrifying. Zimmerman believed that he would be able to open a portal between worlds momentarily, allowing 3 random entities to cross over to our world, and each one of these beings would be trapped within one of the 3 rooms. Zimmerman had the theory that any entity would try and latch onto the nearest living thing that had the capacity for it. He wanted to use this technique to trap a spirit in a physical form by allowing it to enter a living being that had been injected with the compound mixture of Zimmerman's creation. In theory, this compound would keep the entity from simply leaving whatever it was attached to. The only way that it would be able to leave a host who had been injected with the compound was through death. According to Zimmerman, the host would have to be something living, with a will strong enough to survive the possession. And there is only one known species that possesses the amount of will required for this: humans. Zimmerman had also done something to ensure that the entities would only enter the 3 rooms, and there would only be one entity in each room, though I cannot say I know what exactly he did. In fact, I know next to nothing when it comes to how Zimmerman managed to do what he did. He liked to keep his methodology a secret to most of his trusted colleagues, most likely due to his paranoia that someone would steal his ideas and take credit for the success of said ideas. If I had known that this was the true purpose before I signed up, I may have reconsidered. But Zimmerman decided not to tell us until we were all gathered at his fortress. Even if any of us wanted to leave, I doubt we would have been allowed to do so. The security team Zimmerman had hired was loyal to him, and the payout? It is not likely that Zimmerman had given them the order to not allow anyone to leave. There were 3 different subjects included in the experiment. All were native to Alaska, and each one was lured into the project under the belief that they would be participating in a harmless study on the effect of isolation on the human mind, as I mentioned before. Which is why none of the subjects objected when they realized that they would be confined to one of the 3 rooms that I had mentioned earlier. The first subject was a young man. He was apparently out of work and desperately needed the money that had been offered for participating in the study. The second was a woman. By looking at her, I could tell she was an addict of some sort. The third and final subject was an older man. A drifter, if I had to guess. One thing that they all had in common was that none of them had any family or friends left. In short, no one would miss them, which is why they were chosen for the project. I'm sorry, I wish I could supply more information about the subjects, but all of this has been drawn from memory and I was given little information on the 3 to begin with. The experiment did not officially begin until 1987, 16 years after its original announcement. I was eager to begin, so I packed up and headed out to the complex as soon as I could. I arrived at the compound a week before the subjects had even signed up, and a whole month before the project even began. I was not the first to arrive by any means. When I got there, Zimmerman and his colleagues and the security team had already arrived. I suppose you could say I was among the people Zimmerman did not trust to arrive first. Everyone had arrived about a week before the experiment began. There was a noticeable rift between those who were there simply for the money, like me, and those who were followers of Zimmerman. On October 15th, 1987, all the preparations were in place. The subjects had been sealed in their rooms. The cameras, lights, and speakers were fully operational, and all the staff members had settled in. The time had come for the experiment to officially begin. Zimmerman asked everyone to report to the control room around 9 p.m. to witness the beginning of the experiment. He wanted everyone to be present when he proved that all his theories had been correct and that he was not just a madman. He wanted us all to see the fruits of his labor. When everyone had finally gathered in the large control room, Zimmerman turned to us and simply said, "Observe." He then turned back to us, leaned into the microphone, that would project his voice through the 3 rooms, and then he began chanting in a strange language that I feel certain no one but Zimmerman could understand. We all observed the 3 large monitors on the wall, silently waiting for something to happen. The subjects all stood in their room, dumbstruck by Zimmerman's chanting, staring at the monitors with confused expressions on their faces. After about 5 minutes, I felt something awful. I cannot explain what exactly it was, but a horrible feeling of dread washed over me, riddling me with fear. It was then that the ground actually began to shake, subtly, and the lights began to flicker. Zimmerman continued chanting into the microphone as if nothing was off or wrong while the subjects began dashing around their rooms, screaming for help. Then, suddenly, the ground stopped shaking and the monitor's image turned to static. The air began to become very heavy as we all stared at the monitors, waiting for them to regain their image and show us what was happening or had happened in those 3 rooms. For a while, all was silent, but then there was screaming. The screams of a woman going through unbearable pain and terror began to echo through the compound. The similar screams of men began to coincide with the woman's terrified screams, and together they mixed into an awful symphony of pain and fear that beat mercilessly into our ears. Those of us who were here for the money began to give each other scared looks, while those loyal to Zimmerman seemed completely unfazed. We wanted to leave and never come back to this awful place, but we all knew deep down that Zimmerman would never allow it to happen. We were here for the long haul, and there was no escape. It was 10:13 p.m. when the screaming finally stopped. The monitors had yet to reveal to us what had occurred in those 3 rooms. As soon as the screaming ended, Zimmerman stood and dismissed us all for the night, adding that we were all forbidden to come back into the compound until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Not like any of us wanted to. We all solemnly made our way out of the compound and towards the cabins and settled in for the night. I feel it is safe to say that not all of us slept well that night, and I was not one of them. The following morning, all of the staff had arrived at the entrance building. We all stood inside and exchanged tired or nervous looks as we waited for Zimmerman to arrive and open the hatch that concealed the ladder. I could see palpable fear in the eyes of some of us, while others did not seem to have been even remotely affected by what happened last night. Zimmerman showed up 5 minutes after 10, apologizing for his tardiness as he came through the door of the entrance building. He opened the hatch and, without any hesitation, began descending the ladder downwards into the black abyss. He almost seemed enthusiastic. I was the first to follow behind Zimmerman's dark descent into the facility. It seemed that the farther I climbed down, the more the darkness closed in on me, as if it was trying to swallow me whole. And as I climbed deeper, I couldn't help but feel that this place was different somehow. While before there was only the unsettling concrete hallways and rooms, now there was something else. Something made the eeriness feel so real and personified. I felt like a horrible and gruesome scene awaited us down there. But I continued climbing downward, despite my fear and my hesitation. This was no longer just a spooky bunker. There was a darkness and malevolence in the air. A true evil now lived here, and I could feel it. We all could. I finally felt my foot touch the ground and let out a silent sigh of relief to be on solid ground. Almost as if on cue, the light bulbs came alive, dousing the room in their warm and welcoming light. Zimmerman must have turned the power on, I thought. I allowed myself to take a couple seconds to examine the control room. It was exactly as we had left it last night, for which I gave a silent and thankful prayer. It was almost as if nothing unusual had ever happened. I shook myself from my thoughts as I remembered the static-filled monitors from the night before. I let my eyes slowly make their way towards the monitors on the wall, anticipating the grim and fearful scenes that would be on them. My attention was first grabbed by monitor 1 and 3, which was still pure static, and would have been a small relief. But then the motionless image on monitor 2 caught my eye. Room 2 was entirely still, and everything seemed entirely untouched. I couldn't help but gasp as I noticed the only thing that was different. The woman lay in the center of the small concrete room. An expression of fear and terror was frozen into a gaunt face as she lay silent and lifeless on her back. Zimmerman's expression turned angry when he saw this. He ordered that the second monitor be turned off, and it was. We didn't ask why. It's not like any of us wanted to see the dreadful scene any longer. He also ordered that if the images on monitors 1 and 3 did not return within the next 2 hours, the security team would be sent to investigate the rooms. The security team nodded at hearing this. They made it seem as if they had no fear, but I could see it in their eyes. The subtle, loud tick-tock of the clock was the only sound that echoed through the control room while I stared at the monitors. An hour and 50 had gone by. The static was still all that occupied monitor 1 and 3. All of the other staff members were working except me. This was due to the fact that the project had been completely injury-free thus far, so I essentially had nothing to do but wait for someone to hurt themselves. Zimmerman, a couple of his colleagues and I were the only ones that occupied the room. They quietly chatted amongst each other on the other side of the room while I spent my time reading and pondering the situation I currently found myself in. I had clearly made a mistake coming here. The corpse lying in room 2 was evidence enough of this, and God only knew what awaited us in rooms 1 and 3. My thoughts were soon interrupted as monitor 3's image returned. The clear image now displayed on screen made everyone's eyes noticeably widen. What was displayed on the monitor was horrifying. A humanoid thing stood in the center of the room, staring directly at the camera, unmoving. It was wearing the jumpsuit that Subject 3 had been issued, but this clearly was not the same man that had entered the room. What caught my attention first was its eyes. They were solid black and twice the size of normal human eyes. They seemed so endless and so cold. Its head had also grown with its eyes in such a symmetrical and unsettling manner. The being had also shed all of the hair it once had, and even from the monitor, I could see how unnaturally smooth and clear its skin was. It had also seemingly grown in height and stature, which could be seen in the fact that the jumpsuit was now obviously far too small for its wearer. Its limbs had grown especially long. Its arms hung almost as low as the creature's knees. What we were looking at was in no way the same man we had sent inside. Fear was all I felt as I continued to stare into the monitor at the thing in the room, and my fear seemed to be shared by those around me, which made me feel kind of good. It may sound awful, but it was a bit satisfying to see that Zimmerman and his colleagues could feel fear too. But at the same time, it was worrying because this showed that this was not part of Zimmerman's plan. Something had gone wrong. We all stared into the monitor at the thing despite our fear. It was almost as if we were in a trance. My already present fear began to grow and spread rapidly through my body as I became lost in the creature's eyes, trapped in its terrifying, hypnotic gaze. After what felt like forever, I managed to break eye contact with the creature and divert my attention from the monitor. And when I did so, I felt my fear levels drop considerably. After a short while, Zimmerman ordered his security team to make their way to Subject 1's door, just as he said he would do. The Subject team left without question, armed only with batons and pistols. I focused my attention on watching the men's progress through the hallways towards Subject 1's room via the cameras. Even through the not-so-high quality cameras, it wasn't hard to tell that these men were afraid of what awaited them. Their heads were downcast as they walked. They did not possess the same confidence within them that they did when this project began. They looked like scared boys being sent off to a terrible war. Eventually, they made it to the door. We had perfect vision of them and the door via the hallway camera. One of them said something through one of their walkie-talkies and made a motion towards the camera. In response, one of Zimmerman's colleagues buzzed open the door. The men already had their pistols out by the time the button was pushed. Slowly, the door began to open. We all watched eagerly as the men began to approach the door, guns aimed inside. Suddenly, and without warning, there was a loud shriek. And as something bounded out of the room at the men, the monitor turned into static. Immediately, we could hear screaming, echoing down the hallways, followed shortly after by the distant sound of gunshots. We could do nothing but wait. After a couple minutes, the screaming and gunshots stopped. We all waited and prayed, hoping that whatever bounded at them from the room would not be the one to return to the control room. After a couple more minutes, 3 of the men came back, carrying with them the corpse of the 4th. He had a massive cut covering his chest, and his face was shredded. You couldn't even tell who he was anymore, or even that he was human. I was used to gore, being a doctor and all, and I felt somewhat unfazed by the mass of shredded flesh and blooded meat they carried with them, but many of the others went pale and vomited. The security team all wore emotionless expressions and eyes filled with terror. One of the men finally looked up at us. He stared at us for a while with those wide eyes of his. "It's dead," he finally managed to mutter in a shaken and scared voice. A couple hours went by. The dead man's name was Frank. He was buried outside in the cold Alaskan ground. 2 of the men were unharmed, physically at least. The 3rd was alive, but only barely. His body was covered in bloody slashes and one of his eyes had been gouged out. I managed to stabilize him, but only just. The other 2 men vaguely explained what happened. Apparently, Subject 1 leaped out at Frank after the door had opened. Only, it wasn't really Subject 1 anymore. According to them, it had a hideously contorted face and long, sharp claws. They claimed to have shot it over a dozen times before it fell dead, and then they emptied another dozen bullets into it just to be sure it was really dead. Only once it was dead did they come back. After tending to the wounded man, I went to investigate the monitors. As afraid as I was of seeing what those monitors may have held, I needed to see. Subject 3 was the only one left now, and I needed to see it and make sure the creature was still in its room. It seemed to be more like a jail cell than an ordinary room at this point though, which was probably a good thing. The cameras displaying Subject 1's room and the hallway outside it displayed a static-filled screen. No one was sent to repair them or investigate. We just had to hope that Subject 1 was well and truly dead. Monitor 3's image was exactly the same as I had left it. Subject 3 was still staring directly into the camera at us. He was still in the exact same position, and if it were not for the small fan in the corner of the room, I would think that I was looking at a still image. In a way, I felt relief in seeing this. Relief that he was still in his room and had not escaped while no one was looking. After everything quieted down, I noticed something especially unusual. There was a strange sound emanating from somewhere. At first, it was barely noticeable. The only reason I heard it was because of how extremely quiet it was in the infirmary. But as time went by, it slowly began to increase in volume. After about an hour, it was loud enough that everyone else could hear it too. And after a couple more hours, its volume had increased so much that we could determine what the noise was. It was a song. One of the staff members identified it as Living in the Sunlight by Tiny Tim. Apparently, his father loved the song and listened to it frequently. The song seemed to be on a loop and kept replaying itself. Although we were able to identify the noise, we remained unable to identify its source. We knew that it wasn't coming from the speakers because we had turned them off. It seemed to be emanating from the walls themselves. More time ticked by as we all began to become increasingly agitated by the song. I spent most of my time in the infirmary, attending to Frank or in the control room. Fear hung in the air, and the presence of unmistakable darkness and evil was no doubt its source. Subject 3 still had not moved. He had kept his unblinking gaze fixed on the camera the entire time. It always felt like he was staring directly at me, no matter where I was in the room. I think this effect was also felt by others due to the fact that they seemed to move around the room a lot for seemingly no reason. After a few hours, the song was so loud that people almost had to shout in order to communicate. We had been trying to find its source so that we could turn the song off, but it was to no avail. The source was completely unidentifiable. This added a level of extreme irritation to our already very present fear. It was around 8:30 that the ground itself began to shake once again, just as it had done the previous night. Panic began to spread among my fellow employees and me as the shaking grew in intensity. During this, I had the sudden instinctual feeling to look over at Subject 3's monitor. It was gone. Almost as if on cue, the power went out. Thankfully, the song did as well. Ever since the security team came back, panic had been slowly building up among the staff, and Zimmerman was powerless to stop it. When those lights went out, the calm projections that everyone had been trying to maintain left us, and the fear in all our hearts took over. The emergency backup lights kicked on shortly after the power went out, which I gave a silent, thankful prayer for. The lights were dim, but they still allowed me to see a lot. Total panic seized us as many of my fellow staff members began screaming and rushing to the ladder in an attempt to escape. But too many were trying to use it at once, and no one was able to get very far on the ladder without someone else pulling them to the floor and taking their place. Zimmerman was shouting for everyone to calm down, but his dominating and intimidating personality had no effect here, and his demands fell upon deaf ears. It was total chaos. It wasn't long until people actually started hurting each other in their desperate attempts to get up that ladder and out of this place. I could only stand against the wall and wait for my opportunity to escape up the ladder. All the screams were soon silenced as the familiar hum of that unsettling song began to rise in volume again, only much quicker this time. And this time, it was clear that the noise was coming directly from the maze-like corridors. People stopped fighting and shouting as all our attention shifted to the door that led into the hallways. The song quickly got louder than it had ever been before, which forced many of us to cover our ears with our hands in an attempt to silence the noise. Then, suddenly, the song just completely stopped. Silence. That was all that filled the room as we all stared at the thick metal door in anticipation for what was coming. It felt like ages had gone by, but in reality, it was probably only seconds before the silence was broken. The door suddenly and violently burst open, and the music started again, louder than it had ever been before. The suddenness and the volume of this caused many of us to recoil by falling to the ground and grabbing our ears in an attempt to block out the noise. I glanced up for just a second, and in the doorway stood a tall, smooth-skinned figure with long limbs and eyes so dark and malevolent that you could clearly see them in the dim lighting. After I got my bearings, I looked upwards at the creature once again, just in time to see the thing pick up and rip Zimmerman in half in one fluid motion, dousing the room and everyone in it with his blood, intestines and organs. I was no stranger to gore, but the sight of that was too much for me to bear. I hunched over immediately after seeing this and vomited all over the cold cement floor. That ladder is my only hope of survival, I thought to myself as I forced myself to a standing position. And as my eyes rose along with the rest of me, I could see the thing ripping and tearing through the people as they scattered in an attempt to escape it. It was distracted, and as awful as it sounds, this was my only chance to get up that ladder. I forced my legs to move towards the ladder, trying to block out the terrified screams of my fellow staff members and the unbearably loud music. I could hear gunshots coinciding with the screams and terrible sounds of flesh being ripped apart somewhere in the mess of noise. I reached my hand towards and felt a wave of relief wash over me as my fingers come in contact with the hard, metal rung of the ladder. I gripped them and began to climb upwards as quickly as I could in my disorientated state, all the while praying that the monster would not see me and pull me off the ladder and back into the slaughter. It felt like at any moment I would feel one of its smooth hands wrap around my ankle and pull me to my death, but I eventually made it to the top. There was no question in my mind that I had to close the hatch and seal that thing down there, even if it meant certain death for my colleagues. I could not allow that thing to escape. I gripped the thick, metal lid and began to push with all my might in an attempt to seal the underground complex off. Despite how dense and sturdy it was, the lid was surprisingly easy to move and did not take very much effort to push it over the hatch, even in my weakened state. In seconds, the hatch was completely covered by the dense metal lid. I collapsed to my side and began to vomit some more as exhaustion took over me. And as I lay there, I realized something. Aside from my labored breaths, the only thing I could hear was the faint echo of that song from down below. I felt as though I would lose more of my sanity if I continued to lay there and listen to that song. So, I once again forced myself to my feet and began to make my way to the wooden lodge I had stayed in the previous night. It was where I had left my baggage and also where I'd left the keys to my truck. Of the 15 staff members that took part in that forsaken experiment, I am the only one who survived. I have never returned to the awful place where all of this happened, and I do not intend to. The project was very secretive, and Zimmerman was the only one who knew all the details of it. And, as far as I know, no one is aware of my involvement aside from me. In fact, I'm probably the only one who knows what the Harbinger experiment truly was, let alone what actually happened. By now, you are probably wondering why I have told all of you about something none of you should be aware of. Maybe you're expecting me to give you a speech about not messing with things you don't understand, or something along those lines. I hope not, for I have no speech to give or lesson to impart. I began hearing a noise earlier today. Almost immediately, I recognized the noise as a very haunting and familiar song. I didn't even try to trace it to its source. I knew it would be pointless. And as the day progressed, the song has increased in volume. It's loud enough now that I can very clearly make out the lyrics. I am completely unable to escape Tiny Tim's voice. It has followed me everywhere I've gone. Subject 3 is coming for me, and I know my time left in this world is extremely limited now. I guess you could say that I just wanted to tell the tale of the Harbinger experiment before it was lost forever. I hope that you will take some lesson from what I have recounted to you, but I think we both know you won't. Let's be honest, you don't believe a word of what I've just told you, and I don't blame you. I wouldn't believe myself if I were you. To you, this is nothing more than something to get your cheap thrills from. You were probably mindlessly surfing the internet when you clicked a link and found yourself here, wherever here may be, reading this story. And to be honest, I don't care if you believe me or not. Even if you do, it probably won't stop you from trying to uncover the truth of a darkness that few of us have ever seen. It certainly never stopped Zimmerman. If you want a lesson, look at what happened to him when he went seeking the truth. I pray that none of you will ever discover this truth. I pray that none of you ever have to see the evil I have seen. I hope you all get to live in ignorance of what lies beyond the veil of what we can understand. It's here now. I can feel its black eyes burning into me just as I could all those years ago. I am as much to blame as Zimmerman is for the monstrosity that is now free to roam the world, even if I was not the one to create it. I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. In every Pokemon game, there are dark caves that require the move Flash for you to be able to see inside them. However, have you ever tried getting through them without it? I discovered this trick on Pokemon Gold, and have since tried it on every Pokemon game I own. It works on them all, even the previous generation's Red, Blue, Green, and Yellow games. You must be in a dark cave, or anywhere that you should use Flash. Walk around, fight Pokemon in the dark, bump into trainers, and just keep wandering in the dark because eventually you will find a ladder that is not on the map. Climb down. The screen will go to black as you hear the going downstairs noise, but it will play 4 times, as if you've just gone down 4 times. A text box will appear on the black screen saying simply, "Where do you think you are?" The music is distorted for a few seconds, and the screen goes glitchy. Sometimes you might hear a thud noise, as if you have just walked into a wall, or a distorted Pokemon cry that sounds like a scream. Then, you will be able to see. In the older versions of the game, it simply looked like you'd found a new area that wasn't on the map. In newer versions, you can tell something is wrong because everything is in black and white. You will be in a big, empty room. The four walls have something written on them, usually your player name and the time, or the names of your Pokemon. You can walk through one of the walls. Which one depends on the game. If I remember rightly, it's on the north wall in Diamond and left one in Yellow and so on. When you go through the wall, you will be back in the overworld outside the cave. However, everything will still be in black and white. The music will be slower and lower too, and occasionally it jumps. Trying to talk to people now is useless. You cannot interact with them anymore. In Pokemon Yellow, the Pokemon that follows you around is now the sprite of a ghost from Lavender Town. If you check your Pokemon, they will all be there. Same stats and nicknames and moves, but all their icons are replaced by the ghost sprite. If you go into the grass and find a wild Pokemon, they will almost immediately run away or flee from you. Go back into the dark cave you came out of. This is now the only place you can fight wild Pokemon and other trainers, so long as you do not use Flash. I recently discovered that if you play the game like this for long enough, in that one dark cave, eventually you'll see a trainer that looks like you, the main character icon. They stand out because they are in colour when everything else is in black and white. However, if you try talk to them, all that happens is a box pops up saying, "Where do you think you are?" The screen goes black, and you hear the distorted music, thud, or scream from before. I'm an avid Pokemon fan, so when I finally got my hands on Pokemon Gold version, I was thrilled. I noticed though that since it was an old hand-me-down that the battery inside had drained and save files couldn't be created anymore. But I couldn't wait to try and started a new game anyway. The graphics were great compared to the blue version I had, and I was really happy and just filled with excitement. I picked Cyndaquil that I nicknamed Thorn, and loved him to pieces. I named my rival Ben, just as I always do, and defeated him in our first battle with ease, accrediting it to my partner more than my battle skills. Everything was going great. I loved this game, and loved all of my Pokemon. But, in the back of my mind, I still remembered that all of this would soon end, and the battery wouldn't last forever. I hated the idea of losing my team after all we'd been through together and accomplished. I had a female Flaffy named Cotton, a male Pidgeotto named Ace, a male Ghastly named Spooky, and a female Sentret named Maddie. When the inevitable happened, and the little red light on my Game Boy Color began flickering, I took a deep breath and looked my team over for the last time. I gave each of my Pokemon a goodbye. I looked at my partner the longest, a strong, young Quilava, and started to tear up in the moment. I get attached to my Pokemon. Thorn, I'm sorry I did this. I should have waited to fix the cartridge before all of this happened. Forgive me. I shed a little tear knowing all of the tough battles and happy moments had gone to waste and turned off the game. That night, I went to bed as normal after the incident. Turning off my lamp, I hopped into my warm, soft bed and closed my eyes. Wait. Something was wrong. I tossed and turned, fidgeted, repositioned my pillow and shut my eyes tight. Nothing. I couldn't sleep. But why? Something just wasn't right. The feeling of my normally relaxing room, it was gone. An odd air hung silently, almost pulling me. I sat up in the darkness and saw a very small, very faint flickering red light in the corner of my eye. So I pushed back my blankets and, forgetting the lamp, began to shuffle across the floor. But I stopped. A squirming in my gut told me not to move another inch. Something was wrong here. Chills ran down my spine like ice. And that was when I heard it. A distorted Pokemon's cry, sounding like it was coming in through a poor quality TV channel. I rubbed my eyes and looked, panicking around my dark room. The red light was gone. I decided I had been sleepwalking and found my bed again. And then I heard it again. This time, lower pitch, closer. I sat bolt upright, eyes wide. "Who's there?" No answer. Until... "You left." A shaking, barely audible voice, like rustling leaves. "You abandoned me." I gasped in fear, heart thudding against my chest. I could see nothing. Nothing except that little red light again. I realized it was a reflection off my monitor and found the source. My bedside table. I had put my Game Boy on it. Picking it up weakly, I looked at the dim, flickering light. The screen too flickered. That wasn't right. The Game Boy Color had no light to its screen, just pixels. But it lit briefly, a pale blue, and went blank once more. I stared numbly at it while my heart continued to hammer. The voice returned, a little clearer than before, but still faint. "It's okay. I forgive you, partner." It seemed to come from everywhere at once. The hair on the nape of my neck stood on end, and suddenly I saw a pair of cloudy, pale blue eyes directly in front of mine. They had no pupils, no shine. They were just dull. I screamed, scoozing backward against my headboard in fear. "I forgive, and now can be together," it said, as an icy sensation swept over me. I could barely breathe. A pain fled somewhere in my chest as those dead eyes stared into my soul. Blackness crept into the edge of my vision. As the last of my consciousness drifted out of reach, that morbid, static voice rang in my ears. "I will be with you now. With you forever." When I finally woke up, I was in my pajamas, my bedsheets twisted up around my sweat-soaked body. I looked around my room in silent dread for those haunting eyes, but they were nowhere to be seen. "Hey, I know it's Saturday, but are you going to wake up at all?" came my brother's voice from the hallway. I sighed, my shaking hands unfurling the blanket. It was all just a dream. Still, I couldn't help but thinking about what happens to Pokemon after you erase the game file. I still felt sorry about it. I hopped out of my bed and made for the hallway, smiling at my own fear. In the corner of my eye, I saw it. My Quilava, in the reflection of my full-length mirror. He smiled his cold, dead smile. And when I looked back, he was gone. Let me tell you a story. I lost my blue cartridge and I felt nostalgic, but I didn't want to consult an emulator since the experience wouldn't be the same. Lucky for me, my video game store had a blue to spare. It looked like any other cartridge, with a label and everything. So I popped in the sucker and was ready to reunite with Squirtle for some old-time ass-kicking. The game went as normal. Named my rival after a detested anime character, built my team, earned the Boulder Badge and Cascade Badges. I dug in the grass to look for an Abra, when a Mewtwo appeared. He's still level 70, just like he would be in the unknown dungeon / cerulean cave. Now, that was weird. Bear in mind, I don't have a Game Shark. My team was obviously underleveled and I couldn't run. And all it took was several psychics to knock my team dead. But that's the thing. When I blacked out and got back to the Pokemon Center, I had no Pokemon except for my starter. That's right, my Pokemon didn't just faint, they were erased from my roster and I couldn't find them in my PC. Frustrated, I reset the game, starting from my last save. And guess what? I didn't get my Pokemon back. On top of it all, my Wartortle went back to being a level 5 Squirtle. Since I'm guessing the game dictated I must always have one Pokemon on me after I met Professor Oak and left Pallet Town, it reset my starter after it had been killed by Mewtwo. I couldn't believe it. I was tempted to start a new game, but since I'd gotten so far already and didn't feel like grinding in Viridian Forest and Mount Moon again, I sucked it up, bought some Pokeballs, and started building my team from scratch. It must have been coincidence I first met Mewtwo above Cerulean. Not only was it closer to the unknown dungeon, but it was also where you could first perform the Mew glitch with the youngster's Slowpoke. Randomly throughout the game, Mewtwo found me and wiped out my team. Again, I had to train my Squirtle and catch back my Pokemon, rinse, lather, repeat. He always went first, no matter what my speed. If I tried using a Pokeball, Mewtwo would kill my Pokemon first, causing me to switch out without having done anything at all. It made me cautious of entering the grass. I caught the mon I needed and ran, stocking myself with repels wherever I went. Maybe it was useless against an overpowered Mewtwo, but at least it got me through Pokemon-infested areas faster. I learned to dread the wild battle theme and the idea of the screen crisscrossing to black. When I got to Lavender Town, the start menu loaded on its own. The Mew glitch happened without me doing anything. Due to my paranoia, I always carried balls on me, so I managed to catch it without a sweat. Later, when I started a new game and tested what happened if you fainted Mew instead of catching it, it'd be right there. No ifs, ands, or buts. Mew will absolutely not go away unless you catch it. Another odd thing about Mew, like your starter, Mewtwo cannot erase it from your party. But instead of going back to level 5, Mew will be at the exact level you raised it to. Good for me since grinding gets damn tedious without a partner to bait and switch with. I beat the Elite Four. Now, it was on. I got tired of Mewtwo stalking me and I was going to make him pay. Up until this point, I haven't been able to try using a Master Ball on him since he always attacks my Pokemon first. But on the final floor, the final showdown, I finally had a chance to fight back. Depending on what I did, the ending changed. Number 1. If I use the Master Ball, Mewtwo will force himself to be the first Pokemon in my lineup. In battle, he'd act exactly as a Pokemon would if you didn't have all the badges, with a twist. Instead of randomly using a different move on the Pokemon, like Mewtwo instead used Swift. He used them on other members of my party, like Mewtwo instead used Swift on Blastoise. The only option on the window was Fight, and the only move my team had was Struggle. Not only would he take out my opponent, he set up the ultimate middle finger on me as I could do nothing but watch Mewtwo destroy everything I had. When Mewtwo finished slaughtering my Pokemon, my Mew automatically popped out of its ball and challenged him. When Mew or Mewtwo were down to a sliver of HP, Mew used Explosion, which I'd never taught it, knocking each other out. After it said Mew and Mewtwo fainted, the game blacked out of battle, and stuck there. No buttons worked. I restarted, and my file was still there. Still in shock, I avoided my cartridge for a long time before I was brave enough to try again. The second ending, a battle to the death. Instead of struggle, my Pokemon retained all of their moves, and the battle went as it normally should. Any Pokemon I lost in the fight couldn't be brought back, but at least I was at a high enough level for most of my team to survive. With Mewtwo gone, the game went back to normal. I still had Mew, I still had my starter. I played for hours and Mewtwo never shown up in the grass or caves again. I minded my own business, yet all I could do was think, what the heck was that all about? The third ending. What would happen if I don't attack Mewtwo? Crazy thought, but I got curious enough to test it. I used healing items, defense moves, tried escaping, let my Pokemon faint. I didn't lay a finger on the guy. When my last Pokemon fell to 1 HP, the music disappeared, but not the sound effects. A ... appeared, like when a gym leader talks to you after battle. I pressed A. Mewtwo said, "What have I become?" Next thing I knew, the box read, "Mewtwo used Struggle on itself." Bam. I was taken aback, mortified as I watched this creature beat itself into submission. My Pokemon gained no experience and I returned to the overworld. In place of Mewtwo is a Pokeball. I take it, and it's an item that didn't exist until Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Sacred Ash. Credits play. The game starts again and I'm on top of the Pokemon Tower. I open up my Pokemon and all my team members are there, albeit fainted. I used Sacred Ash and they came back. You could do whatever you want with the Ash actually. If you leave the tower without reviving a Pokemon, they'll be erased from your team for good and left to rest in peace. The Ash remains in your pocket and cannot be thrown away. But I was touched to have my little guys again. How could I not use it? The next time I went deep in the unknown dungeon, there'll be a tombstone where Mewtwo's sprite used to be. When you interact with it, a text box saying, "Mew," will appear in your window with Mew's cry. Everybody remembers Mewtwo from the red, blue, and yellow days. We remember him as the strongest Pokemon in the world, topped only by Arceus, God himself. We remember him from the movie, an angsty experiment who questioned his purpose in life. It's because of that incarnate of Mewtwo that we forget an important piece of information from the Pokédex. Mewtwo is a Pokemon that was created by genetic manipulation. However, Even though the scientific power of humans created this Pokemon's body, they failed to endow Mewtwo with a compassionate heart. We take Mewtwo for granted. We brag about how we caught him with a simple Pokeball, and in later generations, we didn't need to chuck the Master Ball at him anymore. Is Mewtwo truly as savage as he lives up to be? What happened to him in the last ending? By forgiving Mewtwo of his atrocities upon Pokemon, did he kill himself to redeem his soul? Or is he still a monster? Did he become weary and bored of the chase and decided to end it? What does Mew play in all of this? And what about my starter? Is the latter reborn each time he dies? Or does a clone take his place? What was on this person's mind while this hack got made? I know better now than to dismiss Mewtwo. For this, though this hacked game terrifies me to this day, I am grateful. I was always the kind of person to stubbornly reject new generations at first, after the second generation, and Generation 5 was no different. Though I played through the game and enjoyed my experience and the graphics, the Pokemon were all but appealing to me. I finally grew accustomed to my superior, but still wanted to find other companions that I actually liked. For a while, I had been hoarding gold nuggets, among other rarities, to sell for money in preparation for EV training that special Pokemon, like a proper trainer would. It was not until that peculiar day in the depths of Relic Castle that I found that special Pokemon. I was originally there for the storyline and, as usual, was killing off the Team Plasma grunts with relative ease. Their Dark-type Pokemon were no match for my Mienshao. Now typically when I am doing such a thing, I will use repels to ward off any pesky wild Pokemon, and that was the case this time as well, for a while. My last repel quickly wore off, and with a groan of frustration, I had to press on. My first encounter happened in very few steps. Great. I entered the battle with my superior, hoping to get it over quick, when a shocking sight beheld my eyes. A shiny Cofagrigus. I'd never seen a shiny one, let alone a normal Cofagrigus, and I instantly knew it was something I wanted. I've been drawn to creepy things for as long as I can remember. Stories, characters, monsters. So, this was perfect. In my excitement, even if I had known, I still would have overlooked the peculiarities of this particular Cofagrigus, like how the sprite showed it gaping open on occasion. It was difficult, but I carefully pounded down the health to a reasonable level, and, crossing my fingers, I sent out a Pokeball. Success on my first try. Laughing to myself, I jokingly named it Creepy, after a typo that a friend made for some reason that I found hilarious. Overjoyed, I immediately admired the catch in my party. I had left the spot blank from the beginning in hopes that I would find a Pokemon of this generation I adored, and it was finally filled. Although I was itching to give Creepy a try, I realized that he might not be the best choice against the opponents I was about to face. Shrugging it off and intending to train him later, I took a step forward. A message popped up instantaneously. I read it, extremely curious. Creepy is hungry. Feed it a gold nugget? Weird. While I would have been interested to see the outcome, I still wanted to save as many as I could for cash vitamins, so I selected no and continued. Not long after that, I fought another grunt. I sighed heavily at first, remembering I had forgotten to switch to my Mienshao, but oddly enough, it was the Pokemon that came out. I could have sworn Superior was in the first slot. Hastily defeating the grunt, I shrugged it off and went forward. I was challenged again. At least I have a fighting type, I mumbled to myself as the battle started, but I had spoken too soon. My mouth dropped open when instead of my mienshao, I was looking at the back of my zipstreaker. Extremely confused now, I struggled to win and opened my party afterwards. Even if I had been expecting it, I couldn't have been prepared for what I saw. My mienshao and my superior were both completely absent from my party. Where had they gone? Outraged, I felt like yelling at my DS, but I knew that wouldn't help anything. Was this some sort of glitch? Had they rushed the release due to all of the hype? I couldn't say, but I wasn't ready to give up. After all, I still had 3 others besides Cofagrigus to use, right? I was about to engage yet another plasma member when I was greeted by the same prompt as before. Creepy is hungry. Feed it a gold nugget? I was already too annoyed to deal with this, so with a hard pound of the A button, I chose no. Soon after, I was fighting the plasma guy. I should have anticipated it, but my zipstreaker wasn't sent out. Furious, I took out my anger on the leopard and checked my party. Oh god, everything gone. Everything was gone except that stupid Cofagrigus. Creepy would be no use against the dark types, but I didn't care anymore. It was after I had caught this stupid thing, so maybe it was to blame. Creepy is very hungry. Feed it a gold nugget? Flashed on the screen again, and I finally lost my cool. Refusing to feed the greedy thing, and running into the next grunt, I was fully prepared to see this nuisance faint and get whited out. The grunt sent out a leopard. Perfect. I was about to select attack when the game suddenly grew a mind of its own. Creepy used bind. What? Does it even have that move? I watched as its ghost-like arms enveloped the foe. I don't remember bind ever looking like that. Leopard used struggle. How is that possible? Struggle is only used when no other move can be used. Don't the Pokemon of trainers normally have full PP at the beginning of battles? And then, my stomach went cold. I stared in shock as the leopard writhed in my Creepy's powerful grip, letting out its cry. Creepy's mummy special ability activated, and bandages launched out to constrict it even more. Creepy used Crush Grip. I knew for sure it didn't know that move, but nonetheless, the leopard was damaged. It fainted in a single blow, unable to even cry once more as is customary. But it wasn't over. Slowly, Creepy's arms dragged the motionless feline towards its body, then yanked it inside. The coffin slammed shut, and the match ended. I was shaking by then, wondering how they could put something so terrifying in a children's game, when a message came up. Kya. Are you still not enjoying your Pokemon team? I did. They were all wonderful, Creepy said. It finally dawned on me. This wasn't a glitch. The Cofagrigus had been eating my team all along. However, I'm not satisfied. Feed me, Spencer. Chills ran down my spine. My trainer name was Ash. Spencer is my real name. Before I could even press the A button, I was abruptly thrown into a battle. I was opposing Creepy as myself. I glared vehemently at the screen, at that mocking smile. The game went on by itself. Ash used Mean Look. Ash's sprite shared the scowl I was wearing. Creepy used Taunt. A proper trainer would feed his Pokemon before trying to make them stronger. You should have fed me when you had the chance, Spencer, Creepy said. I swallowed and shook the DS violently. I attempted to run, but, as expected, it failed. Couldn't escape. Creepy used Bind. I was wailing in agony, knowing what was coming. Ash used Screech. Creepy used Scary Face. Its grin contorted and curled at the edges, its jagged teeth gnashing together as the coffin door swung open like a yawning mouth. Ash used Struggle. It was too late. I was already being dragged in. And then it happened. The Crush Grip finished the job, and with a sickening crack, I saw myself yanked in, limp. The screen went black briefly, interrupted by a maniacal laughter and a close-up of those menacing red eyes. I chucked my DS at the wall, trembling, and fled the room. Since that event, I haven't been able to sleep. I will keep the lights on, but whenever I accidentally doze off, I see that face, that scary face, haunting me in my dreams. I tried restarting the game, hoping to evade that vicious, shiny Cofagrigus, but each time, I'm greeted by pitch black. Looking at my trainer card yields nothing but what might be a sleeping Cofagrigus, and the trainer name always shows up as Eaton. The huge screen flashed into life. Simon stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed as the number 22 glowed in huge red digital figures. He tried to find some meaning to the numbers, each about a meter high in the center of a black panel. It was suspended from 2 chains, hanging from the high, dull ceiling and taking up most of the wall space. Simon could not move. He was strapped into a metal chair, restraints around his wrists and ankles. His legs tingled as the seat cut into the back of his knees, restricting the blood supply. The back of the chair was high and stopped him looking around. He could not make any sense of the number, continuing to stare at it, transfixed. They had taken him during the night. The breaking down of the door, the shouts of men and the screams of his family seemed to be nothing more than a blur, a bad dream. He had woken strapped to the chair in a cold, still silence. Simon knew that there was only one reason why he had been brought here. It was because of the articles. Throughout university, Simon had spent his spare time searching for secret government documents online, hunting for any signs of scandal, and posting his controversial findings online. He always knew it was only time before they found him. The screen changed to 23. "What is this?" murmured Simon, scanning his eyes over the huge numbers once more. He had originally thought they may have been counting down to something, but no. Simon pondered again. "I haven't been here 23 hours, have I?" He doubted it. Soon the number became 24, then 25, and 26. "What's going on?" yelled Simon in frustration, as fear and confusion left him trembling in the chair. Behind him, something cackled. "The temperature is now 26 degrees Celsius, said the voice of an old man through the speaker. Simon watched in horror as the figure before him became 27. "They're going to burn me alive," Simon realized. "They're going to keep raising the temperature until I die." He panicked, trying to break out of his restraints. His struggling triggered numbers to rise more rapidly, increasing steadily at intervals of less than 20 seconds. When it hit 38, Simon stopped, giving up, panting heavily as beads of sweat trickled from his forehead to his chin and onto his shirt. His breathing was laboured as he shouted for help, questioning the anonymous voice that had spoken to him. There was nothing. The figure continued to rise to 45 as Simon watched, still weakly trying to pull against the tight binds which dug into his flesh. "Help me, please," he begged, his shirt damp with sweat and his short, dark fringe plastered to his skin. He kicked and struggled, grunting and straining as he closed his eyes to block out the numbers. "Prisoner," said the voice, and Simon froze as he opened his eyes slowly, the giant red 49 filling his vision. "You are only sweating because you are struggling. This room is not 49 degrees. Simon calmed, his fear subsiding a little. The voice was right. As he was still, the sweat began to dry and cool him down. He almost breathed a sigh of relief. "It is the room in front of you which is 49 degrees. There was a mechanical whirring from above as the number 50 appeared, and the screen began to rise slowly, hoisted by its chains. 51, 52, 53, 54. The figures were rising faster than before, almost a blur. "That is the room where your wife and child sit in chairs like you," the voice said. As the screen rose higher, it began to reveal a huge glass panel. In New Zealand, 1967, George McCann opened an amusement park for children and teens, calling it Thrills and Fun Amusement Park. The park was an instant hit for the locals. The nearby forest was unaffected by its building, so the locals saw no problem about its opening. No expense was spared in the building of the park, even being rated by a local newspaper a local Disneyland. So, it was a shock to all when they abruptly closed down in 1981. A fence was made around the park and no one was allowed to enter or the police would get involved. It was a shame it closed, but there were definite reasons. A month after the park opened, repairs had to be made for a few attractions. One was the dino ride. The ride consisted of singular little carts that drove slowly along into a path of trees, and alongside the trees were models of dinosaurs. When driving along, the cart goes out of sight from people who run it and people waiting to get on next. Strange things began happening on that ride. Carts that went behind other carts ended up in front of the first one on the way back. Carts would take twice as long to get around the track than they should usually take. At one point, when the dinosaur ride was being tested, the workers sent the 6 carts, one after another, into the track to see if they worked. Only 5 came back. But the strangest thing about the ride is that people on the carts seemed unaffected by what was happening. They didn't even seem to notice that sometimes carts that went behind them would end up in front of them when they came back. Another possible reason was the sky coaster. Parts of the track on the roller coaster would randomly break. This was strange because the sky coaster was made of steel. When parts of the track broke, the pieces were never found. The park closed down soon after a figure was spotted wandering around the park. The person appeared to be male. He had dark black hair which seemed to be spiked with gel. The person looked about 20 years of age, quite young. This man had been spotted in the background of some family photos from the park. In every picture, he was looking at the camera, his head tilted slightly. He always had a large smile on his face. People who looked at any photo he was in felt quoting from a member of staff, uneasy. The man was never identified, and any staff working at the entrance didn't remember seeing the man enter any box, though this is unreliable information since staff don't remember everyone they see in the park. In security camera footage, it showed the man get onto two rides, the dino ride and the sky coaster. It didn't take me too long to figure out something weird about that. To confirm my fears, it showed the man getting on the ride soon before anything strange happening on them. Security footage never showed the man getting off either ride. But, as I suspected, no one noticed the thing at the time. The reason the park closed down was because of the death of a 14-year-old boy. He was found mutilated in the dino ride trees. Minutes before his death, he had a family picture taken. In the picture was the strange man, only this time he was right behind the 14-year-old boy. The strange man had the same look on his face as he had in every other picture he was in. The tilted head and the horrible grin. All this started when I found that little note. On a square piece of paper I found at the bottom of a box I was moving out of the basement, it read, "Hello? Please respond." I had no idea how long the paper had been there. Those boxes had sat in my basement since I moved in. I ignored it until the next morning, when I opened my coffee maker to throw out the grounds, and inside was a sopping wet piece of paper that read, "Please respond. Please help." I figured it must have been put inside my coffee maker by whoever was pulling this pointless prank, because it wasn't there when I put my coffee grounds in. I found more notes under my mousepad, inside my computer tower while I was putting in some new RAM, between the layers of tissues of my toilet paper roll, and under my DVD player's disc tray. Places that no one would ever look. Places you'd never think of putting a note. Places you knew no one would ever look, and it would be foolish to put a note, because who knew when they would see it? But it kept happening, and they all said the same thing every time, begging me to respond and help them. Being the idiot I am, one day I just got fed up when I found one inside a cup in my dishwasher right after I had run it. The paper was dry. I wrote on the back of it, "Hello, I'm responding. Please explain your situation," and slid it under a crack in my bath-fitted tub. No sooner had I left my bathroom did I find another piece of paper floating on the surface tension of my glass of Sprite I had in the living room. I carefully picked it out of my drink. It said, "Thank you," in large letters. "I'm trapped." I waved it around to dry it off a bit and wrote on the back of it again, "Where are you trapped? How are you sending me notes?" And, not creative enough to think of where to put it, I just threw it behind my couch. I waited and looked, but I didn't see any other notes for the rest of the day. The next day, I checked my mail. Inside some of the spam letters was the next note. "In the second dimension, below you." I wasted no time in responding with, "Whoever you are, the prank is retarded, give it a rest," and threw it outside. The wind blew it away. The next note I got was still in obnoxious capital letters, though it was much longer than before and the last sentence seemed to have been squeezed into the remaining space. I think it was a passage from some encyclopedia or textbook. The first dimension is a defined point in space. The second dimension, this was underlined, is anything that exists with height and width, while the third adds length. The fourth includes time, and the fifth is the past, time that has already occurred and is solidified in time-space. Everything beyond that was too squished to read. I rolled my eyes and responded again. How can you read this if you're in the second dimension? How can you even exist? I slipped this note into the space in my toaster between the element and the metal casing. My reply came when I brushed it out of my hair the next morning before I took a shower. Writing is 2D, vision is 2D. Two 2D images superimposed. I didn't really get to the point of how I was supposed to rescue this person, which I define in my next note that I flushed down the toilet. Make me 3D was all that was on the new slip of paper I found inside a chocolate bar I unwrapped later on. How the idiot was putting these inside sealed products was beyond me, but at this point, I decided to play along. Maybe it was some kind of TV show thing. How? Was all I wrote for my reply. I remember exactly where I put it, because it was the last thing I wrote for a long time. I put it in a crack between my length mirror and its wooden backing. As soon as I let go, it slid out of my sight, and I didn't see any papers again for a year and a half. Getting dressed one morning for work, I went into my room and adjusted my tie and shirt in my mirror, the same one. Only, it was now on the opposite side of my room. Looking into it, I noticed a square behind me on the wall. Turning around, there was a note. In the instant before I turned around again, I thought it must have fallen off. But in the mirror, it was still there, still stuck to the wall. I touched my mirror, thinking maybe it was some sort of warping or optical illusion. But it wasn't. I lifted my heavy mirror up from the ground and slowly walked backwards with it, nearing myself to the opposite wall on which the paper was stuck. The closer I got, the clearer the message on it became, until I stopped, sandwiched between the heavy mirror and the wall, looking at the paper immediately over my shoulder. Make you 2D, it said. I moved out of that house as soon as I could. After bunking at my girlfriend's for a while, I got rid of that mirror, the toaster, everything. My heart still skips a beat when I see any perfectly square piece of paper sitting on the floor alone. I still live in fear of someday I'll open up a book or look in the inner lining of a jacket and a piece of paper will flop out. I check all my things now, constantly. I also don't drink coffee anymore. So, you'll never believe what happened to me at work yesterday. Well, to get an idea of how crazy it is, I'll tell you a bit about myself first. I'm a postman. I work very early mornings and do rounds in the same blocks every day. Except on weekends, of course. It can get tiresome at times. For example, some people really can't write legibly, so I end up putting a letter through the wrong box. I especially get an earful when it's an important one. But I don't argue back. Just grit my teeth, accept it, and move on. Really though, what else can I do? I see these people nearly every day. I can't imagine how hard my job would be if any of them became difficult. Anyway, I do all this because of my family. Things went bad when my wife had a job. However, for the last few months she's been sick, always popping in and out of the hospital. I don't want to say what's up with her, it's not my place to tell, but all I can say is, it's bad. My son's been dealing with it well, but he's got other things on his plate. I haven't been able to give him the luxuries that other kids should have at their age, and I think the other kids are noticing. I have a feeling he's being picked on for his aura of poverty. I want to help, but if I step in, he'll only be picked on more for sure. It never looks good when you have to get someone to fight your own battles, especially an authoritative figure like a parent. I'm hoping this will become some valuable life experience for when he's older, but I'm afraid that's the best outcome out of this. I definitely can't afford to indulge in any spendings for him, because that leads me to my main problem. I can't afford rent this month. It's worse than it sounds too. I've been late many times before, and I have a feeling that this will be the last straw before we have some hefty notices and things repossessed from us. This all weighed heavy on my mind when I was doing my usual rounds 2 days ago. I was mindlessly going door to door when I noticed something odd. A red envelope. I picked it up and gave time to examine it, which I normally never do. It was hefty, I can tell you that. Much thicker than the usual letters I hand out. I looked at the front and it was blank. Odd, I thought. I really should not have this. Letters with typos or incomplete addresses get put away in some filing place to be investigated to see if we can find the destination. But this was completely blank, so it shouldn't have been in my bag in the first place. I checked the seal. I don't know why. I should never be caught doing anything like that. However, as I pried it slightly, it flicked open with ease. I really shouldn't be doing this, I thought. My mind continued. But what if I can find more information inside? It was thick, so it may have been forms, and forms have addresses on them. I pulled out the contents, and my mind was blown. It was a wad of cash. And when I say wad, I mean wad. It was more money than I'd ever seen in one place my whole life. I froze, but only for a second before I realized the sight. A postman opening an envelope and pulling out cash. Not good. I quickly stuffed it into my pocket. There was no way I could get it back in the envelope fast enough. And even if I did, I'd just be fiddling more with an envelope in public. I carried on my rounds and saved the mystery until I was in my van. Once I finally got a moment to myself, I pulled out the money. And while flicking through it, I saw a note. I don't remember what it said exactly, as I've now since disposed of the note and the envelope, but it basically talked about how they've seen me around for a while and knew about my situation at home. They said that I should treat my boy and my wife to something nice and pay off that pesky landlord. I was in tears. I wish I could find who wrote it, but there was no signature. It was anonymous. So I took it as it was and went to do exactly what they said. I bought some clothes for my kid and a nice bracelet for my wife. It wasn't much, but it was hopefully a start for something finally nice in our lives. Yesterday, however, was a much different tone than the day before, and you won't believe what happened. So I made my rounds, gave the usual letters to the usual people. Once the pile started to thin out in my bag, I noticed another red envelope. I got excited, but I was able to hide the emotion this time. I still couldn't afford to pull it out in public anyway, in both literal senses. As I was passing a gap between houses, someone ran up from behind, grabbed me violently, and dragged me into the alleyway. I was shocked to say the least. The assailant shouted at me to hand over my bag, but before I could react, they were already pulling it away from me. Once I got my bearings, I managed to wrestle it back. He stared at me angrily and pulled out a knife. If I wasn't terrified before, I was now. I mean, I took this job with the thought that no one would rob a postman. In fact, people usually dread what I carry, not want it. But here we were, about to tussle over bills and endearing letters from old relatives who didn't know how to email. "I know you took it," he screamed. I was confused by this. "You messed with the wrong people," he continued. I told him that he was confused and didn't know what he was talking about, but he wasn't having any of it. However, things became clear as soon as he yelled about giving him the red envelope. Through the clarity, I knew he must have seen me yesterday and wanted the next kitty for himself. I strongly told him no, and that's when the strangest thing happened. He held out his knife, turned it, and repeatedly stabbed himself over and over and over. I ran over to try stop him. We tussled around, but the best I got was holding the handle as he fell. I backed off, now covered in speckles of blood. Before leaving, I wiped the handle of the knife as best as I could and got into my van and emptied the red envelope. I didn't manage to read the note before destroying the envelope and note when I got home. I managed to clean up well too. None of my family suspected anything. Today went by without a hitch. No attackers or red envelopes. That was the last I saw of the red envelopes. What I got wasn't much, but it's enough for me and my family to live well for at least a few months. It's late, and tonight there's a story in the news that someone was attacked and killed in an alley yesterday morning, and that there's evidence they were attacked viciously. But I knew better. However, I couldn't tell anyone. How could I? No one would believe me. I felt it was just better to lay low and let it blow over. I haven't told anyone either. It's safer that way. Plus, I don't want to worry my family. Thinking about it, I don't think anyone would believe what happened to me at work yesterday. But you do, right? In Singapore, all able-bodied male citizens have to serve a couple of years of military service. 2 now, 2.5 back in the days of which we are speaking. Now, Singapore is considered to be a rather spooky island. Despite being a highly developed major urban metropolis, it has plenty of dark and creepy corners. Many of these dark and creepy corners are found in the various bases and training areas of the Singapore Armed Forces. Yay. So, back in the year 2000, I was a combat medic with an infantry battalion. While we still had to run around with a rifleman in the mud and the jungle during training, our lives while we were back at base were quite good. This was because the medical centre at our base served as the medical centre which supported the Ministry of Defence itself. Thus, the facilities were quite plush, and while it sucked having to duck out of the way if you looked a bit scruffy and a general or other bigwig was coming in for a checkup, the benefits were that we didn't have to clean the medical centre ourselves, and that we got our air conditioning and TVs in the medical centre waiting area. There's a story about the medical centre itself, but this isn't what I'm sharing today. Now, being a medical centre, we ended up producing quite a bit of medical waste. Contaminated sharps or needles, used dressings, etc. All these went into yellow sharps boxes, and these were supposed to be collected once a week and disposed of by a contractor. With the usual efficiency of the army, there was a screw up with the scheduling and they didn't come in for a month. So far, this wasn't an issue. The sharps boxes were piling up full of bloody needles, but honestly, they didn't take up much space, so we just stacked them discreetly at the back of one of our treatment rooms. Unfortunately, it was around this time that a newly incoming bigwig with too much time on his hands decided that he wanted to conduct a series of inspections of the medical centre. Sharps boxes piling up undisposed of wouldn't reflect well on the staff sergeant in charge of the medics, so he told us to get rid of them. How? We asked. I don't give a damn. Make them go away. Keep them in your bunk. Our bunk was 2 floors above the medical centre, and it was honestly quite awesome for an army barracks. As medics, we weren't under the direct chain of command of the infantry officers, so none of them bothered to come inspect our bunk. As a result, we had it set up to our liking with a TV, stereo and PlayStation in the corner. We used to hold serious crash team racing tournaments. The bunk itself was a large room with windows along one wall, facing outside, and another set of windows and a door on the other side, facing the corridor. We covered the corridor windows over with newspaper so no one could see in. The remaining 2 walls had beds and our cupboards at intervals. Around 12 beds in all, 6 to each wall. The PlayStation, stereo and TV were in one of the corners along the corridor wall. We ended up piling the sharps boxes at the other end of the room, under the outside windows. A number of the melee medics weren't very happy about the situation because, according to their traditions, blood and other bodily waste in a living space invite unclean spirits in. Anyway, there was no choice as our staff sergeant would make our lives miserable if we didn't get rid of the boxes, and we couldn't just dump biohazard waste in the trash. The problems started that night. A number of guys experienced sleep paralysis. Among them were the guys who had protested about the boxes, so I dismissed it as mass hysteria initially. The second night, I woke up to hear music playing. This wasn't unusual, because a lot of the guys would sit up smoking and playing cards until 1 AM or so, most nights. I had little interest in cards, so I'd sit up with them for a while, and go to sleep by midnight after a final smoke. Usually the buggers drifted off to bed without turning the radio off, so more often than not, I'd wake up at 3 AM and go turn it off before going back to bed. There was another bed between me and the radio, but that guy was a very sound sleeper, so the radio never bothered him. So that night, I woke up at 3, with the radio playing softly but irritatingly as usual. I was gathering the energy to sit up and get out of bed when I realised 2 things. First of all, the room was cold. Not cool, cold. There we were, 1 degree above the equator, in June, in a room cooled only by fans, and it felt cold. Secondly, the radio was changing channels. This wasn't a set with a remote control or anything. It had a solid slider, which you moved to change the frequency. It wasn't just moving up and down through the channels either. It was pausing on certain stations. Not just the English language stations which we all listened to, but oldie stations featuring classic Malay and Chinese songs from the 50s and 60s. Like an old man trying to find a channel he liked. I still figured that it was one of the guys listening to the radio in the dark for some reason, so I sat up and looked over. There was no one in front of the radio. It was dark, but there was some light filtering through from the street lamps outside and from the corridor. I would have been able to see at least a silhouette if anyone had been there. Nothing. Just a frigid room and a radio which was changing channels itself. I noped the hell out, pulled the covers over my head, and went back to sleep. The next morning at breakfast, the sound sleeper in the bed next to mine came up to me. He looked worried and tired. When I asked him about it, he asked, "You heard it too?" He refused to say anything else about it. When I was young, for the longest time, my parents tried keeping me away from the internet. They always saw the negativity that came from it and ignored the potential it had. Of course, they couldn't keep this up forever. Eventually, it became more and more accessible, and they finally caved in and we got a family computer. The computer itself wasn't anything spectacular, but what it held was truly the new man-made wonder that grew each day. When I got home from school, I would go online and read whatever articles I could find, peer into people's lives through personal written blogs, and play the assortment of games that people made. I couldn't explore everything as my parents had put a filter on the computer. I was young at the time, only 12 years old. But honestly, I had no interest in that sort of stuff they were trying to protect me from. A few years down the line, I started finding interesting stories. I could never tell if they were fiction or not, as they often never had an author credited. They would also be shared around so much that you could never find an original source. This gave these tales more mystery. A lot of them were laughable, unrealistic killers and impractical monsters. However, one story caught my attention and stuck with me ever since reading it. It was called The Russian Sleep Experiment. It was about Russian researchers performing an experiment on some captured prisoners of war. They falsely promised their freedom if they sat in a chamber with a gas that would suppress their want and need for sleep. Eventually, they mentally deteriorated, and the scientists found them as a husk of their human selves. They were mutilated, guts hanging out of their body, yet they were still alive. Not only this, but they showed extraordinary strength. They only wanted one thing: to be put back on the gas. It ends with one of the generals ordering some scientists to put them back in the test chamber, and for the scientists to go in and manually observe the monstrosities. This triggers a reaction from one of the scientists, who grabs the general's gun, shoots him, and aims it towards the last surviving patient. The creature explains that he is what lies dormant in each of us, a hidden demon we suppress with our natural need for sleep. This was a condensed version of the story anyway. I definitely recommend checking it out. When I read this story, I was in shock. Was this real? Who wrote it? Is it possible? These questions and more flooded my mind, and stuck with me for a few years of my life. I mean, I've seen a lot of leaked experiment documents from the 2 World Wars, bats with bombs, dogs with 2 heads. This wasn't the most absurd scientific idea I've seen pitched from those times. Over time, things were pushed back. Although my love for psychology and interesting behavioural experiments still held my interest. I focused on the old controversial ones like Zimbardo's Stanford prison experiment, where Zimbardo organised some students to incarcerate other students and hold them prisoner. Eventually, things led to an authoritarian control, and it resulted in the mock police to use actual brutality and psychological torture to maintain control. Another one I just love is the Milgram experiment. Some paid volunteers, labelled as the teacher, were given control of an electric shock device. They had to ask an assortment of questions to the learner, but were also warned of the learner's heart condition. If wrong, the teacher administered an electric shock and moved on to the next question. Each time, the voltage was increased by 15. After a number of shocks, the learner would eventually be put in so much pain that they would start banging on the wall. He would complain about his heart condition, but the scientist would simply prompt the teacher to continue. Eventually, after being told they wouldn't be held responsible, the teacher would administer the killing blow and go well above what the subject could handle. What I love about this one is that you think it's the learner who is being tested, but they're actually an actor. No one really died in that experiment. The experiment was set up to test people's obedience, and this test shattered expectations. Most psychologists propose that most people would stop before going above the lethal 450 volts, but even though they were all uncomfortable, showing signs of stress, even offering to not be paid and leave the experiment, 65% of participants went over the limit. This was an amazing display of raw human nature. There were even some controversial parallels drawn between the atrocities caused in the Holocaust and how humans fall into demand of authority. These cases and more displayed and concluded a lot of dark motives behind our polite human exteriors. However, these cases and more are also the reason why psychology ethics standards were set up. Nowadays, you can't do anything remotely as intensive as the experiments back in the good old days. Principles and guidelines are now so restricting that you can barely test anything ambitious about the human mind and will. And I hate it. I pitched my ideas and hypotheses for many tests that I felt could further our understanding of ourselves at our most rawest levels. But legalities and ethics were a barrier I couldn't overcome. I wanted to be the guy who set up these labyrinths of will and see if we were capable of functioning as our primitive selves once were. I worked hard at my degree, which I saw as my ticket to this level of power. But all I held was a glorified piece of paper that let me listen to people's feelings. There was no way I could get funding from any official government body, so I would have to do the next best thing: fund it myself. However, I was sitting on a mountain of student debt. I was already one step behind. It was a good thing I was qualified to get paid a ridiculous amount by listening to people's feelings. It wasn't easy at first, starting off as a junior, then working my way up to a private counsellor. But I did it, and now I was making bank with minimal input. After a while, I had saved enough for a good first-off experiment, something that had influenced me and piqued my curiosity into this world of experiments: the Russian sleep experiment. The idea was simple: just stop someone from sleeping for a long period of time. The body has many deterrents for sleep: caffeine, fear, adrenaline, pain. I took to the drawing boards and planned out a schedule. The next task was the room. Luckily, I lived in a detached house, and the spacing between my house and the neighbours was relatively far away. First, I saved up for a basement extension on the house. After that was complete, I soundproofed the walls with the best padding I could find. The best part about doing this now is that I could amend the issue the researchers had in the original experiment. They had to monitor the subjects through a small porthole window, whereas I could keep track of everything in crisp HD at a relatively low price. The icing on the cake was the reinforced door to keep the subjects from escaping. Once everything was set, I needed a test subject. Of course, no one would willingly volunteer for this, and I couldn't go down any official route, so I had to improvise. Luckily, while working, I found the perfect person. For a number of weeks, I had been counselling a guy named Josh Kent. He'd complain about voices in his head and strange urges that he was scared of. However, from what I could tell, he never had anything wrong with him. He simply needed someone to talk to, and having these problems meant he had a reason to see someone: me. He had recently lived through his mother and his wife passing in the same month, and he had no kids or family to talk to. Due to the tragedy, he left his job, so he would come to me with various issues he thought he had. Honestly though, it would just turn into idle chat because, in reality, he just wanted someone to talk to. Nice guy, really. He would pay for this expensive chinwag with the hefty inheritance money he'd received. With no close ties, he was the perfect person to use. He was disposable to society, so in a sense, I was almost doing the world a favour. I didn't have to wait long before he scheduled another appointment. no doubt to talk about how lonely it was and how life has changed for him. We engaged in our usual manner, and while he was relaxed, I slipped behind him and squeezed the contents of a syringe I concealed behind my wrist into his neck. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, and I easily managed to sneak him into my house unnoticed. He was peaceful when I dressed him in the clean, white garbs. This was probably going to be the last sleep he was ever going to have, I thought to myself. I chained his arms and legs to stop him escaping. Since the gas used in the original experiment was never named, I had to use what I knew would work: the syringes. An occasional dose of adrenaline and a constant consumption of caffeine in his water and food supply meant I could do a good job keeping him awake. And for the times he would really force himself to sleep, his restraints were wired to shock him with a hefty jolt by remote. After setting up, I waited for him to wake. Eventually he came to, and I pressed the button linked to an intercom. "Welcome, Josh. I'm sure you're confused, but don't worry. You're here for a reason. You always spoke of these voices and urges that you were scared of. Well, I'm about to perform a great experiment to fix those problems. Don't be frightened. Everything is happening for a reason. Trust me." All while I was saying this, I saw his face contort into that of fear, then regret. A million thoughts must have been running through his head. Thoughts that I will never know. After he had eased up some more, I explained what was going to happen. I talked about how I was going to treat his condition through a new experiment by resetting the brain. I told him to achieve this, I had to prevent him from sleeping for 30 days. Reaching day 30 was never my main goal. My first goal was to beat the days passed in the original experiment, 12 days. I never told him my true intention as well. I would have been stupid to do so. It would only have caused panic. This way, he would be more cooperative. A day passed while I was observing him on the monitors, and he was a bit wary. However, he was stable and awake through the small and regular doses of caffeine. I would occasionally see him try and sleep, but be unable to. The times he would almost be able to, I would remind him to stay awake through the intercom. And when he would be less cooperative, I would send a small, harmless jolt through the restraints. Afterwards he'd scream obscenities at me, but I'd remind him it's for his own good, and he'd be less hysterical. Me, however, I was feeling the effects bad. Something so simple, so flawed in the experiment overlooked. I had to constantly monitor him, yet I also needed to sleep. Halfway through the second day, I risked it. I laid my head down on my desk and set an alarm for 6 hours. That would be an ample amount of sleep. When I woke, my eyes were still heavy, but I was rested enough for another shift of watching Josh. However, when I looked at the screen, I saw he was motionless. My eyes widened when I realized why. He was sleeping. I ran to the room and shook him violently, releasing my frustrations both of Josh and myself. "Come on, Josh, you have to stay awake for this to work," I yelled. It's too hard. Can't we try something else?" Josh replied, wearily. I jabbed his arm while he was saying this with a small shot of adrenaline, then gave a speech about how this is for the best, and how this will help him for the rest of his life. He took what I said in stride, but I could tell he was losing faith. I wasn't going to let his weak will affect the magnitude of what I was going to accomplish. To investigate what lies deep within our subconscious is something too valuable to squander because one is not willing to cooperate. As I walked away, I thought about how this experiment could fail because of the simple flaw in the plan, that I had to be awake to monitor him. I cursed myself as I sat down, lamenting on the lack of professionalism that comes with this kind of underground research. I had no extra staff, no special monitoring equipment, no scientists to help with chemicals, but I was adamant to do this. Besides, I was too far in. There was no way I could go back now, and it would be a monumental task to set this up again. It had to be now. My new goal was to simply observe Josh for the longest period of time I could to see signs that could prove my hypothesis. I sat in front of the computer screen, reset the clock, and monitored Josh for the rest of the day. 24 hours later, and my eyes were heavy. I stared at the glowing image of Josh, who was probably feeling the same way. I saw him starting to nod, so I sipped some caffeine and instructed him to stay awake through the intercom. Minutes passed, and I knew he was starting to ignore me over his desire to sleep. I got up and slowly headed to the cell to see him dipping his head to a comfortable position. I raised my arm and pushed the needle straight into his neck and forced the adrenaline into his body. His eyes shot open from the shock, and soon he was jittering from the reaction to the chemical. I exhaled in approval and slowly headed back to my seat. However, I wasn't faring well myself. I looked over at my supply of adrenaline and wondered how long it'd be until I had to use that on myself. I poured myself some coffee and carried on watching. 46 hours had passed. I leaned back in my chair and took in the fact that we were almost at the day 2 mark. Something that has probably been done by many students trying to crunch their finals or workers trying to meet deadlines. However, I felt we were getting closer to the end. 57 hours in, and it felt like an uphill battle against being dragged into the depths of the land of Nod. Josh, obviously much less motivated than me to stay awake, was worse off. Since the 2-day mark, I had already given him 2 half doses of adrenaline, and even had to use some on myself. Caffeine was starting to become close to ineffective with how deprived we both were from sleep. I also started hallucinating. Small things at first. Small shapes moving off to the side of my vision. Sounds that shouldn't have been there. My head was dropping to the weight I felt in my head before I'd be jolted awake. While battling the urge to sleep, my ears rang with a burning screech coming from the cell. I looked at the screen to see Josh, wailing his lungs out and tugging against his restraints. "I don't want to be here anymore! Get me out of here!" he yelled. His will was hanging by a thread. It wouldn't be long before he would start to revolt against my needs. I couldn't let that happen though. There was too much at stake. Many, grueling hours later, we were both at a stalemate. The timer was indicating that 62 hours had passed. The effects of fatigue were chipping away at us both. Josh had particularly lost a lot of energy from his constant crying and babbling, sprinkled between his begging to be set free. His wrists were raw from the tugging and struggling that came from his protest of being held against his will. My state wasn't much better. I was fatigued beyond belief. However, one thing kept me going. While observing Josh, I would occasionally glance over to my copy of the Russian sleep experiment, and the more Josh's mentality deteriorated, the more it started to align with what was documented before me. I wondered why it wasn't affecting me, but maybe I had a particularly strong aversion to the effects, as I was fully aware of them and had the willpower to muscle through the whole ordeal. So, with this in mind, the more extreme things became, the more I realized I had to keep going. Hour 91. Time was moving slow, and my heart was racing. To keep up with making Josh not sleep, I had to start matching adrenaline doses with Josh, which I had to up the frequency of. This, mixed in with the caffeine pills and other stimulants, my chest was feeling tight, and my mind was floating on clouds. Luckily, I only had one focus, and that was keeping Josh awake. Along with these many drugs, I had to resort to the shocking device that was wired to Josh's restraints more often. I don't know if it was because it was starting to become necessary, or my ability to carry myself to his cell on a regular basis was almost non-existent. But it was working. As for Josh himself, he would dip in and out of sporadic behaviour, usually happening when he was either shocked or I came in with some chemicals. This was throwing me through loops as his tossing around and yelling was close to what was described in the original experiment, but it was mostly spurred on by my presence. The only way to verify this was to carry on. And so I did. The timer rolled over 144 hours. I scribbled something haphazardly down about how 6 days had passed, but it wasn't very comprehensive. Josh was awake, but in a near unconscious state. His head was dipped, mouth dribbling, and occasionally babbling nonsense. He would respond to messages, but I couldn't understand any of it. Both our arms and necks shared the same resemblance of red dots. I didn't know how fatal the amount of adrenaline we took was, but I was sure the human body could take a lot. I mean, it is naturally found in the body. Josh's head dipped, and eyes drooped shut. I slowly stood up and shuffled over to the remains of the adrenaline supply, the weight of doubt dragging at my heels. More time had passed. I stared at the clock. The seconds roll over to zeros again, the minutes roll over to more zeros, and the hours show the next benchmark. 192 hours. 8 days. I look over at Josh. His face is dry through the loss of tears and saliva. The fight in his eyes were gone. The only thing stopping me from pronouncing him dead was the small movement from his chest that implied breathing. Almost like routine, his eyes started to drop. It was time for another shot. I dragged my way to his form. I dropped down to my knees and looked at him. Nothing about him screams anything animalistic. Did something go wrong? Maybe it was the chemical they used in the original experiment. Maybe he slipped in sleep when I was in a lapse of concentration. The doubt of the validity of this tale was weighing heavy on my mind, but I could neither confirm nor deny it still, due to the increasing amount of errors in my personal study. I jabbed the needle where my arm lands and pushed the liquid into his bloodstream. A few seconds and it was reacting. He started twitching for a few seconds. After that, his head dipped and stopped moving. I look closely and see he lost the small chest motion that implied breath. It wasn't hard to piece together that he was now dead. I possessed the resources to resuscitate him, but I had neither the energy nor the motivation to do so. As I lie down, with the events of the 8 days running through my mind, Only one thing prevailed in my mind as my eyes closed with a lot of relief. I really hope I wake up. About a year ago, I realized that I was extremely lonely. Why hadn't I realized sooner? I have no idea, even though all the facts were right in front of me, telling me why I was like this. I told myself that I needed to put myself out there. I kept telling myself this for 2 weeks, and I finally got off my ass and decided to try online dating. I logged onto a website, of which I can no longer find on the internet, so it shall remain nameless, and took a deep breath. I created an account. Nothing weird or abnormal occurred, except that every time I looked away from the website's glistening gold logo, it looked like it flashed a different colour for only a split second. I tried to catch it in the act several times and was unsuccessful. I gave up trying this and put my final bits of information into the website, including a profile picture, my email confirmation code, and so on. I began searching for women in my area. Surprisingly, I found 17 women, who weren't much older than I was, in a 1 to 3 mile radius. Damn, I'd said to myself. I was about to say something else when a notification came up from a woman named, let's call her Abby. Abby and I began chatting, exchanging words like, nice profile picture, thank yous and hellos, and many other words were being thrown around. I noticed that she was almost within walking distance of my apartment, living about 6 blocks down. I was going to ask if she wanted to do something later that day, but she took the words right out of my mouth. I replied with, sure, how's 7 PM for you? She said, any time is fine actually. Okay, well, I'll see you then. Bye. She left the chat. I started getting ready for what I thought might have been the biggest night of my entire life. As I was applying deodorant, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't told her my address. The worst part was, it was 6:58 PM. Damn, I gotta tell her where I was cut off by a knock on the door. I had no idea what I was about to get into. I walked towards the door and opened it, thinking that I had received a package or something. But this was no package. Maybe a package from hell. I'll just say it. Abby was standing outside my door. She said, hello, Ray. I wanted to ask how she was there, but I politely replied, hi. You want to go to that fancy place down the street? She said. I was a bit nervous and reluctant to respond, but I thought for a second and said, sure. We walked out of my apartment and I locked the door. The fact that she had somehow found my apartment no longer concerned me as it did before. What was important was that she was here and I wasn't lonely anymore. We walked to the restaurant, we stayed and talked for about 2.5 hours. We ate excellent food and were treated fairly. She wanted to come back to my apartment, and of course, we all know what that means. I said, sure, it's up to you. We ran back to my apartment and that was the official best night of my life. I awoke the next morning with her in my bed. She greeted me with a, good morning, honey. I replied with a, good morning. She told me that she had to go, that her brother was coming from Kentucky that afternoon. We got dressed and I said goodbye to her as I walked her to the door. I watched as she crossed the street. This was about a minute or two later. She was just walking off the sidewalk when a car hit her. I ran down to the street to see if I could clear her off the streets. Thank God it was a red light. I ran to where she was, but she wasn't there. Her body, there was no trace of her. I swore to myself as I walked back into my apartment and started at my computer. I wanted to delete my account on that website so bad. I logged on and noticed the color-changing logo stayed the color it looked when I looked away. I had one message/notification. It was from Abby. "Hi honey, last night was amazing." I didn't respond. I just deleted my account. I was so done at that moment. Never again, I thought to myself. Never. He sat there in the subterranean depths of the city sewers, squatting in the collected filth of 840,000 different people. The walls dripped excremental condensation down to the top of his head, and the quiet swish of slow-moving water echoed around him. It was dark, but his eyes had grown used to it. He could almost see now. He rocked on his skinny haunches, not feeling the cold or the damp. He would have been afraid before, in his old life, but that was before the whispers had started. The whispers told him not to be afraid. They would guide him in the dark. And they had. They told him which turns to take in the black of the sewer tunnels, where to stop and rest and wait. He had been on his way back from his favourite sandwich place when he first started hearing the small chittering in the back of his mind. They said his name, mostly. He had tried pills at first, antidepressants and the like, but nothing made the voices stop. His attempts to remove them only exacerbated their presence. They told him to trust them, that they were his friends, that they needed his help. He began to believe them after a while. They told him he was chosen for a higher purpose. He was going to spread the word. They directed him to the manhole cover behind his apartment complex and told him to go down it. He removed his shoes, socks, and belt and folded them neatly, placing them all together in a little pile next to the hole. He climbed down into the dark. He crawled for an eternity in those dank pits, never questioning the voices in his head. When he found the alcove where he now sat, they told him to stop, and so he did. That was when the pain began, a stretching sensation in his guts, a pulling under his skin. They had told him to ignore it, and so he did. The rats had stopped approaching him. They had been aggressive when he first trespassed in their domain, sprinting forward and biting at his ankles. He could hear them skittering in the dark now, just outside the alcove, but they didn't come any closer. It was like they were afraid. He rolled his tongue around in his mouth, prodding at his teeth. One of them was loose, lolling about on its root. "Pull it," the voices said. With 2 fingers, he took hold of the rogue tooth and began to yank it. He pulled and pulled, tears forming unnoticed in his swollen eyes. It came out with a thunk and small outpouring of blood, and something else that tasted bad. "Throw it away," the whispers said. He tossed it into the outer darkness, scattering the congregation of rats. The rest of his teeth seemed to relax in his gums, and he began pulling them too, tossing them away until his mouth was a raw, empty hole in his sunken face. He spat on the floor, saliva, blood, phlegm, and that strange foreign fluid, all together in one putrescent blob. It coalesced and slithered away into the darkness. He watched it go with his almost sight, And all at once, he understood. He was a vessel, a holy receptacle for the seed of the gods of decay. The voices had guided him to a spawning place, a safe haven where they could be birthed into their new world. He smiled, his bleeding gums an hideous parody of a mirth in the dark. He remembered, all of it making sense now. Those strange things that the voices had told him to ignore suddenly clicking together in some monocoloured Rubik's Cube in his mind. How he hadn't recognised the foreign man who made him his food. The way he had surreptitiously added something from his apron pocket to the meat and cheese. How the man had smiled, toothless, and insisted that it was on the house. Yes, the voices whispered, you are the father of the new order. You will be our first prophet. His body began to surge then, the skin swelling, bones, muscles and sinews stretching, tearing, making way for some kind of unnatural birth. And then he erupted, his body splitting at every juncture, spilling forth thousands of fat, white worms into the water and crap that passed through the tunnel. They joined the flow, letting it carry them along its fetid current. Somewhere far above, the warm light of the sun shined down on a world that had no idea it had just ended. Early morning. A knock on my door. I open it. On the other side stands a Jehovah's Witness. Again. As I get ready to slam the door, a small alarm sounds off in my dazed brain. Something's not right. Blinking the sleep out of my eyes, I realize the man has no head. Just a bleeding stump jutting from his shoulders. I blink. The man's still there. His head still isn't. With widening eyes, I look down and see the missing face cradled in his arms, its eyes rolling in their sockets, and its tongue licking blue lips. It leapt across the threshold at me, and I stumbled backward down the hall. My mind reels as it chases me through the house and up the stairs. I run into my bedroom and leap through the window, landing with a crash on the lawn below. Above me, the Jehovah's Witness raises his disembodied head above himself. He throws it at me. I duck, and the head rolls across the lawn, its mad eyes spinning wildly. It comes to a stop and evaporates into a cloud of blue smoke. I lay there on the grass in the morning light, 3 words coursing through my numbed brain. What the hell? Wait. Oh yeah, I remember. I stood, hidden in the corner with the dealer, the lights of the rave splashing across our faces. Sorry man, he said. I'm all out of E. Well, what else you got? The usual. Weed, some crystal, couple rocks. He cast his appraising eye over me. But son, I think I've got something special for you. He pulls a small Ziploc from one of his pockets. Inside are dozens of little white pills. This stuff's new. It's called Heavenly Star. Haven't heard of it. What's it do? Of course you haven't heard of it, fool. I just said it's new. It's this drug from the Himalayas or some junk. Monks up there harvest this weird flower, process it, then chant all sort of charms over it. Stuff so fresh on the streets the cops don't even know it exists yet. Trust me man, this here's the ultimate trip. One of these you'll be tripping balls you didn't even know you had. So, It's like LSD? Man, LSD ain't got nothing on this. Heavenly Star makes LSD feel like pixie sticks. Well damn, I'll take one then. How much? One pill for $200, he said. That's pretty damn expensive. Pretty damn expensive. Man, have you been listening to me? The Himalayas, monks, chanting. Of course it's expensive. This stuff's rare, man. I ended up buying one for the discount price of $140. Then popped it and waited. And waited. 6 hours later, I was cursing my stupidity and heading home, swearing to kick the crap out of that dealer next time I saw him. That was 2 days ago. Looks like he wasn't lying after all. Heavenly Star. I sat back on the grass as the sky above emptied into a gaping void. The grass underneath my skin was pulsing to my heartbeat, singing some unknown hymn as the blades marched along the ground. Heavenly Star. This stuff was good. I sat up and gazed at the broken window of my melting house. It seemed like it would be a shame to waste this amazing trip inside. I've gone on acid walks before. I know how to keep my cool. Besides, the house had dissolved into a wall of water that endlessly tumbled over itself. I doubt I could have found the door if I wanted to. I wandered aimlessly through town, my mouth agape as I looked around. The sidewalk had dissolved into a river of grey lizards that braced their spiky backs against my feet, propelling me forwards. I passed a man with 2 faces who incessantly argued with himself as his head spun in a circle. A fire hydrant sprouted ribbons of pure colour that gently spun themselves across my face. Overwhelming optical illusions and tactile physical hallucinations. Heavenly Star. Even with my experience, I was having trouble convincing myself that it was only a drug trip. 1 billion ants swarmed across the blue sky, each one gripping a pearl of water in its jaws, carrying glittering droplets back to their nest in the clouds. A lone Valkyrie hovered above me, her swinging blade rending the sky into a million hovering speckles of silver as she flew through time and space towards some ancient battlefield. I fell to my knees with tears in my eyes, blinded by her beauty. And then, it all disappeared. I was crouched on the grimy sidewalk of the city as people walking by shot nervous glances. Above me, a plane slowly crossed the sky. I stood up and mumbled something about tripping over a crack, but they didn't seem very convinced. I ducked down an alleyway to avoid further complications. My God, what a drug. Never before in my life had I experienced such realistic hallucinations. The fading image of the Valkyrie still shone across my memory, and I knew that it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Clearly, I would have to purchase more Heavenly Star, but I wasn't an amateur. Before that, I would have to research it, make sure it wasn't deadly or would screw me over for the rest of my life or something. Although, I have to admit, it almost seemed worth it. Since I was already in town, I walked to the library and spent hours poring over the internet and grabbing as many books as I could. I couldn't find any information on Heavenly Star. As the day wore on into evening, I was getting discouraged. On top of that, I seemed to be having a relapse. Eyes peered at me from behind the peeling books. As I walked down the rows, manuscripts began to chant their contents, reciting endless tomes of knowledge and history, louder and louder, until finally, I had to run out of the library with my hands over my ears, away from that endless drone of half-truths and the dead hands that once dragged an oozing pen across their unmarked surface. Outside, a war was raging under the scarlet sun. Creatures born of ichor and muck spun sticky tendrils around faceless wooden red men who feverishly stabbed into the gelatinous mess with jagged bone daggers. Giant crabs scuttled across the battlefield, swallowing combatants into their gaping, human mouths whole. Over the din of bubbling mud and screaming marionettes and chitinous clicking rose a baleful moan that crumbled buildings into dust and split open the very earth itself. Behind the falling rubble of the city rose giant charcoal fingers, the infinite digits of gibbering demigods who laughed and danced in the swirling chaos, their unseen eyes lighting the streets in a sickening orange haze. Then, with the blast of 1,000 trumpets, the wrinkled clouds floating above the madness split apart and rained down bloody globs of flesh onto the creatures below. The chunks of falling, cancerous tissue throbbed and pulsed and spread, swallowing up the fighters in the streets, crawling up the ruined buildings of tangles and thrashing veins. As it swelled around me, I turned and ran along the streets, slick with the corpses of the dead. I ran screaming into the reddening haze while, behind me, the tumor crept along the ground, absorbing the world behind it, spitting out tendrils that shot into the sky and stole away the light from the sun. Ahead of me, I saw a cragging maw of blackness yawning from between two ruined buildings and squeezed into the dark gap as it snapped shut. Behind me, the consuming flesh was trapped by brick walls that towered endlessly, rising upwards into space and the frigid unknown beyond where dust can only stir feebly in the dying breaths of a dim, terminal universe. I too was trapped. I was stuck in a thin tunnel, contained on either side by the eternal brick walls. The floor under my feet was solid, but ran like liquid. As I walked down the narrow path, it squelched and bubbled under my feet. Beneath the surface, the familiar faces of my family and friends gazed up at me, smiling, but their eyes speaking of a deep hunger. Every few seconds, a shuddering boom would rain cinder down from above and spread along ripples along the floor. I walked along the linear maze for what felt like hours. It slowly dawned on me that the sound was getting closer. I spun around. A hulk of a man strode along the surface of the ground, his shoulders scraping either wall as he gazed down upon me from under a black hood that covered his face. As I backed away, he slowly pulled out a long, glimmering axe from the darkness behind him. I tried to run but tripped and fell. Instantly, the faces floating beneath me grabbed me with their cold, rubbery tongues. The shrouded man raised his axe high above his head and brought it down upon my chest, slashing across my shirt and gouging out my flesh. A black liquid concocted from my dreams and my nightmares burst out of the wound and showered the walls in a thick ink that crept down the stone. The creatures below me began to gurgle with expectation as the executioner brought his axe up for the final blow. But as he swung it upon me, the tunnel faded away. The ground blackened and hardened back into asphalt, and the giant killer burst apart with a final thunderclap. I was lying, flat on my back, alone, in an alleyway. Heavenly Star. Talk about a bad trip. I managed to climb onto my shaking legs and crawl to the end of the alleyway. Peering out onto the street, I saw a normal evening. People strolled casually along the sidewalks, cars buzzed along the road under the navy blue sky, A soft pattering caused me to look down at my feet, where a red puddle was spreading. I gasped as I felt the long slash across my chest. Blood poured down my shirt, falling softly onto the cold cement below. What the hell happened? I ripped off my shirt and tied it across the cut, stumbling my way home, silently cursing the dealer and the horrible heavenly star. I sat in the bathroom with gauze and antiseptic, patching myself up as best as I could. My best guess was that I'd somehow injured myself in the throes of the bad trip. As I wrapped a bandage across my chest, I made a solemn vow to never touch hallucinations again, especially that heavenly star. My head still pounded from the sights I had witnessed. Whatever beauty I saw in the beginning was overcome 100-fold by the nightmarish visions that came afterward. The migraine throbbed, surging across my temples and sending darts of pain across my scalp. I blindly groped my way to the medicine cabinet and opened it, reaching inside for the pain relievers. My hand closed on something small and spiky. It moved. I opened my eyes. There was no inside to my medicine cabinet, just a solid grey wall that twitched and shivered. As the grey wave enveloped my hand, I realised it was just a mass of millions of spiders. They spilled out into my bathroom, legs jerking. I reached for the door, but they crawled up my ankles, skittering into my pants and pulling me down into the ground. Enveloping me completely, I felt them begin to spin their silk around my body. They crawled into my ears to lay eggs. As I screamed, the spiders poured down my throat. I choked and spluttered, feeling the hairy claws skitter around inside my lungs. The mass closed over my face, blocking out the light. 8 million legs ran along my body, wrapping me tight in eternal threads, tying me up, jabbing their 2 million fangs into my flesh, burning my insides to ooze. I passed out to the soft sounds of their clicking. The morning sun streamed onto my face. I rose above the nightmares in the darkness of my mind and found myself lying on the bathroom floor, an empty Excedrin bottle in my hand. No spiders, no eggs, no silk. But my arm was covered in hundreds of small punctures. The wound on my chest was bleeding again, blood dripping down and spreading across the white linoleum. I ignored the pain and crawled out of the bathroom and down the stairs. Heavenly star. Whatever it was made of, it had messed me up good. Only one thing to do now. I had to find out more about it, and there was only one person in the world that could help me. I sat uncomfortably at the bus stop. The day had passed slowly. Small shivers of light routinely burst across reality. But so far, the hallucinations had kept to a minimum. A white face kept appearing around doorways, in the closet, even on the television. But so far, it hadn't done anything but stare at me. In the house, I could deal with its pupilless eyes and missing teeth. But at night, as it sat across from me on the bench, I could feel the fear welling up inside. Finally, the bus came, and I climbed into its welcoming, bright interior. As I sat down, the pale creature pressed its face against the other side of the glass, but thankfully didn't follow me in. The bus wound its way into town. The journey back to the club seemed to take forever, lifetimes. One by one, the passengers grew old and withered away, dying in their seats without a sound. As the years passed, the paint began to peel off the seats and dust covered the dry bones of those that sat in them. Still, the bus driver journeyed on. For decades, we passed rotting buildings and decaying cities. Outside the window, all civilization collapsed into dust and was swallowed by the wilderness. Huge, gnarled trees sprouted where skyscrapers once stood, the bones of humanity jutting from their bark like trophies of a victor. But after a millennium, even the trees died, and the earth sat barren and dry and dead under a dim red sun. Centuries more passed, and then, with no warning, the sun exploded, expanding over the earth in a ball of flame that swallowed the last living things and blasted the planet into an infinite number of tiny shards. But the bus continued to drift on through the blackness for almost an eternity, passing collapsed galaxies and ravenous black holes until it reached its destination, the end of time, where in the blackness of true oblivion, a single dot existed. It didn't float, or drift, or orbit. The dot merely existed, for the speck was the very last of existence. And for a long time, it raged against the void, shining the last feeble light into the pit of nothingness until finally it was snuffed out by the hands of fate. And there, at the end of time and matter and space and everything, the driver stopped the bus and the doors opened. I stepped out of the bus and onto the bustling city streets. I glanced at my watch and it told me that I'd been riding for a total of 20 minutes. Damn, heavenly star again. I worked my way to the club against the waves of people that flowed against me like sparkling water. Their bodies rose up from the sidewalks as they came towards me, then sunk back down into the ocean as they passed. It took me forever, but I finally made it to the club. Managed to get inside by handing over a wad of green paper to the massive bouncer. I almost turned back when I walked in. The walls, floor, and ceiling were formed of massive sheets of skin and blood. Skeptical people walked along the walls with knives, stabbing into the skin and shoving massive raw stakes down their throats as inky blood squirted out of the cut, showering them in red fountains they captured in crystalline goblets and poured into their mouths. No, I was in the club, the walls were cement, and the people were just drinking alcohol. I wound my way through the shimmering crowd, looking for the dealer. The crowd's faces blinked between reality and hallucination. Normal faces sprouting wings and fangs and spun across the darkness before sinking back into the owner's skull. I could feel the madness of Heavenly Star gripping me against its arteries, branched across the stone walls, and toothed phantasms descended onto the dance floor. A cold sweat was flowing from my scalp. My precious short time with reality was coming to an end. Finally, under the mad, flashing lights, I saw the dealer's face. I stumbled up to him and grabbed his collar, dragging him down to the floor with me as his face melted off and grew back on, over and over. You! The lights were going off one by one. The skin was spreading across the walls again. Over the sea of waving arms, I saw the beast wearing a black hood, parting the crowd ahead of him, coming towards us. The Heavenly Star was upon me. Man, you better get your hands off me real quick. You gave me this stuff. What is it? What the hell are you talking about? Heavenly Star, you sold it to me. Tell me what's in it." The dealer gave me a strange look, raising his eyebrow. He stood up, then pulled me to my feet. "Oh, you're that retard who fell for the sales pitch the other night. Hate to tell you, man, but I scammed you good." "What?" He pulled a Ziploc baggie full of white pills out. "I sold you aspirin because you were being so stupid. Buying all that stuff about magic flowers and holy monks and stuff. Ain't no such thing as Heavenly Star." No, that's impossible. I've been seeing things, horrible things, for days." "Well, that's your problem. Here, take your money back. You look like crap. I've never said this to anyone before, man, but you need to clean up." He tucked himself free and disappeared into the swirling, bleeding crowd. I crouched on the ground, sobbing. Out of the darkness, a massive hand reached down and grabbed me around the neck, pulling me down into the endless pit of nightmares. The realm of the Heavenly Star. I've done plenty of research into this now, and I'm certain what I say is 100% true. There are still parts I don't understand, but that's the reason I wrote this report, so others could give me their own theories. I am 19. I go to school at Angelo State University in San Angelo, Texas. I grew up in Waco, a city in northeast Texas. I lived down there with my mom and my then 18-year-old brother, David. I was 15 at the time. David was a genius. The soon-to-be valedictorian already had scored a fatty scholarship at UT. He wasn't a nerd by any standards. He was a starting basketball player and a powerlifter. A literally perfect child. Anyways, the Smithsonian Society, or one of the national honor things, had a trip for seniors that year to send 15 lucky, young-brain children to Brazil to study plant life. Most people would kill not to go on a trip that consisted of putting leaves in beakers, but Dave went ape crap and begged Mom to go. It was probably 3 weeks he was gone. He left during Christmas break and actually missed the holidays that year, but he loved it, so we were okay with it. So, fast forward to the day he got back from Brazil. He could have skipped about a week of school, justifiably, but he had his first game and he wouldn't miss it for the world. I remember the day he got back. We picked him up at the airport. He looked perfectly fine, healthy and happy. In fact, he wouldn't stop blabbering about the goddamn plants on the way home. I was surprised Mom didn't drive off the road and kill us all just for a moment of silence. It wasn't but a couple days later I noticed anything weird. It was after David's first game. He looked like hell. He was pale, walked everywhere like he was exhausted. He just said it was the first game that blew him out. I didn't have the nerve to tell him he shouldn't be tired because he played terribly and coach hardly put him in. He still got up every morning, went to practice and school, each day looking worse and worse, paler and moving slower and slower. After about a week, my mum insisted he go see a doctor. All of us went. I had to make sure he was okay. I was legitimately scared for him. It was at the office we saw it. He pulled up his shirt to put on a stethoscope of something, and we saw a large green, algae-like growth on the side of his ribs. I can still remember my mom's shocked expression as she shouted, "David, why didn't you tell us about this before?" His only explanation was a blank expression for the whole minute. Even after Mom yelling at him over and over for an answer. Eventually, he managed. "It told me not to tell." After that, He was put in the hospital overnight until we could figure out what the hell was going on. It was probably a whole month that he laid in the hospital. I visited him every day as soon as I got out of school. I could describe each visit, but frankly, they were bland and he said nothing, ever. It was on February 2nd, 2008, that it happened. I was lying in bed, listening to some music, my typical nightly routine before I went to sleep. I felt kind of hungry. I got up and creeped downstairs in hopes of snatching a midnight snack of some kind. It was at least 1 AM and I was tired. My half-blurred vision led me to the refrigerator. I remember hearing footsteps. "Mom?" I quickly but quietly tiptoed to behind the wall where I wouldn't be visible. Then, I heard it. The words that would haunt me forever. David's voice whispering angrily at no one. No, I won't do it. I'm not ready to die." Eventually, his argument with a non-existent voice grew louder until he was nearly yelling. "No, I won't! I won't!" Eventually, I grew the balls to peek around the corner. "David?" I asked, as if to act like I hadn't heard his shouting. I flipped on the light, knowing what I saw would be terrible. But I was wrong. It was terrifying. His eyes were rolled in the back of his head. Clumps of his hair were missing. He had scratch marks all over his body from where he had apparently clawed himself. David looked around, apparently now blind from his condition. "David? It's me, your brother." David looked around and replied softly, just where I was certain of what he said. "Goodbye." Suddenly, his whole body lost control as if he had been tased. His arms flailed for a moment, and he fell over, cracking his head on the dinner table. Blood poured out onto the ground, and his muscles slowly relaxed when he collapsed into a heap on the floor, dead. The police report called it that he died from his condition, not a suicide. Not anything. Just died of natural causes. I made it along. No one believed me when I told them of what I saw, so quickly I stopped telling people. And with a closed casket funeral, I was the only one of our friends and family to see him looking like a zombie. Other than my mom, who was in utter denial about the whole thing, and ended up on a deathbed from similar symptoms herself a couple months later. Like anything else, it just kind of disappeared. After researching the topic and essentially making it my hobby to research throughout high school, I've accumulated the following facts. In certain parts of Africa, Brazil and Thailand, there is a rare fungus known scientifically as Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, or its more common nickname, zombie fungi. It infects certain species of ants and essentially possesses their small brains so they will walk to a decent place for the fungus to reproduce. Then the fungi kills the ant and spreads in its new area. After the accident, I grew a small green clump on my leg. I had it surgically amputated early on before it had the chance to grow. I don't know if David was the first. I don't know if my mother infected anyone. There's a chance though. I don't know about the other 14 kids. However, I do know it is out there. And there is no cure. It's been 2 weeks since the whole thing started. It all started with a tanker accident. It was all over the news. Everyone thought it was just another oil spill. There were plenty of volunteers, plenty of people wanting to help the poor, defenseless animals, plenty of victims. Within hours of the tanker accident, it started happening. The animals had gone crazy. They were scratching and biting the cleanup volunteers. They said that it was an adverse effect to whatever was in the tanker. Rescue workers were still trying to get the crew out of their ship. They could hear screaming inside, screams to open the doors. But that's when it all went to hell. As soon as they cut the door out. There was 6 minutes of broadcast before it all went silent. 6 minutes of screaming and agony. The ship crew and rescue workers like rabid baboons, breaking bones and tearing flesh. The people on the shore weren't faring any better. Those that had been attacked by animals were attacking everyone else. It was worse than any war zone report. It was sheer brutality. And yet, the broadcast still went on for 6 minutes. 6 minutes, and then blank faces. Nobody could explain what was happening. They tried to continue with regular news, the economy, the weather, a cute human interest story, but they couldn't make us unsee what we saw. I tried to continue with my regular existence, but every time I switched on the news or walked by a newsstand, it was there. This big mystery. They had some explanations, some kind of infection, brain parasite, but it didn't matter. It wasn't an infection we were afraid of. It was them. 4 days after the initial report, a state of emergency was raised. And yet, we'd all seen this before. Every zombie movie ever. People didn't know who to trust. People were stockpiling food and weapons. Some tried to flee, but it seems every zombie movie was right. They didn't make it. 3 days later, they arrived in my town. I expected moans, shuffling corpses, dismemberment. But that's where the movies lied. They ran through the streets, screaming. I remember running to my front door as fast as I could, locking, barricading, doing anything to make sure it stayed shut. And then I headed for the window. I was on the second story and I could see the carnage. They were unstoppable. They were aware. A group of them made their way through a building across the street. They jumped straight through the plate glass windows. Even the shards slicing through them made no difference. They just kept coming. My barricade wasn't going to hold. I rushed around my flat, grabbing supplies and jamming them into the most secure room of the flat. I went back for one last look across the street, and I wish I hadn't. In the second story window, my face met one of theirs. They knew where I was. I quickly dashed into the room and locked the door. I don't have any kind of panic room or a secure basement, so the safest place I can think of was my bathroom. No windows, one door with a lock. I'd filled my sink and bathtub with water so I could stay for a while. So I sat there, in the dark room, with the distant screams in my ears. I began to feel like I may have overreacted. It had been 2 hours and no sign of them. It actually got quieter and I thought they had moved on. Maybe I could leave the room, get to the kitchen, grab more food to wait it out. A crash came through the front door. The sound of someone running full force into the door and knocking down the barrier behind it. There was a couple more crashes before I knew they were inside. Rapid footsteps moving around the flat. A couple screams, and then a bang on the wall beside me. My eyes were open to their widest, even in the pitch black darkness of the room. Another bang, and another. They knew where I was, and they knew I was scared. This was the zombie nightmare I had been expecting from the start. I had nowhere to run. There was only so much time before they would break in. I sat, with my back to the door, hoping my extra weight would make it harder for them to get in. And then, it got worse. "Why don't you open the door?" A voice on the opposite side of the door. No screams or moans, just a quiet, whispery voice. And then more of them. "We've come for you. You'll be happier if you open the door. It's not so bad." The whispery voices became a cacophony of noise trying to persuade me, to break me, to fool me. I had heard that the moaning of zombies would drive people insane, but this was worse. A siren call. I sat in the darkness and hoped and prayed that they'd get bored. But they don't get bored. And they don't leave. I managed to use the mirror to peek under the door, only to be greeted by horrible, unblinking eyes, blood-smeared faces, screams and more horrible whispers. That was 2 days ago. I don't know what to do anymore. Maybe it won't be so bad. He stumbled. He knew the way, or at least he was reasonably sure he did, but he had a hard time staying on track. He fell. He decided to just stay there for a minute and catch his breath. When he got up, a moan escaped his lips. It didn't hurt exactly, but he was frustrated. He looked up at the afternoon sun and didn't remember it was getting so late. Where did the time go? He just shrugged and walked it off. Home. That was his thought process. I have to get home. He'd been drunk before, of course. There were times where he couldn't remember events from a night of revelry, but he'd never had a substantial blackout before. For the life of him, he couldn't remember what had happened between doing shots at the bar and stumbling around now. At least 16 hours later. Was he asleep? Where were his friends? Why did he only have one shoe? He thought about asking the woman sitting in the park bench. Asking her what? He forgot. He was so confused, but he felt that he couldn't possibly still be drunk. My God, he thought, am I sick? The lady on the park bench was pretty. He moved in her direction. She looked past him. He loomed over her, and she continued to ignore him. "Hey," he tried to say, but his words came out as a gasp. Tongue-tied, he stood there, trying to ask a simple question without appearing to be a fool or a simpleton. He just needed to use a phone, if she had one. He grew nervous and agitated. It was like he was stuck in a dream, and he couldn't get the words out. All she did was dismissively grunt in his direction. He knew when to take the hint, so he kept walking home. He wasn't tired, but annoyed and hungry. There was a shadowy spot underneath an old oak. He liked how the moss hung to give him shade. He sat down, leaning against the trunk. He looked back towards the hotel, but couldn't see it. Where were his friends? What had happened to the bachelor party? He didn't remember walking so far, but things had been a mess since waking up. His eyes wandered the streets around him, and he thought it odd how there was absolutely no vehicle traffic. Cars had stopped in some places, and the roads were completely clear in others. Vaguely, he registered the sound of alarms and horns blaring in the distance. He saw a lot of folks walking, not seemingly in a hurry, and completely unconcerned about the heat of the day. He drifted off, tired of thinking, tired of trying to remember and piece it all together. Awareness floated back to him on the beams of a full moon. He was walking again, just as confused as earlier. At least he was no longer hungry. He found it odd he was now barefoot, but he didn't dwell on it. He had to get home. He smiled a little as he remembered being this drunk once before. He was being led back to the hotel from a night on River Street by his less inebriated friends. He became obsessed with the fact that his wife was missing. "Where did she go? Is she okay?" he yelled, and he let out to find her at a full trot. A Keystone Cops moment followed, wherein he ran circles around the old weathered brick building that housed the nightclub, chased by 4 of his closest and dearest. When he finally stopped running, he found her safe and sound hugging a lamppost. The almost sober of the group ushered the concerned parties to the suite before police could be involved. Lost in thought, he tripped over something on the shoulder of the interstate. Wait, the interstate? Headlights in the distance illuminated his path. He looked down at what nearly made him fall. He couldn't tell for sure what it was, but it was slippy and smelled delicious. A food truck accident, he thought. He shambled on towards the headlights, intending to wave them down for a ride. He reached out to them, waving his hands. The car swerved towards him and didn't slow down. Confusion turned to anger when a side mirror grazed his arm. He spun around and landed in the ditch. The car kept going, red taillights in the distance, weaving around other vehicles in the dark. Anger added itself to the perpetual confusion and frustration. He tried to get up, but found his left arm uncooperative. He roared in fury and slowly got back to his feet. He looked down, and in the moonlight, his arm hung limply. It was twisted and obviously broken. Wow, I must really be blitzed, he hazily thought. There was no pain. He walked on. Slowly, the miles melted away as surely as his thoughts. Blackouts became more common. Words became disjointed images in his mind, and soon, the only 2 things that he knew were hunger and the need to get home. Time became a blur. Discomfort became a constant companion, and anger coloured everything with a hazy white film. Days became nights, and strangers shambled beside him. He didn't speak. After it became obvious that they would ignore him, he began to return the favour. He finally recognised the exit ramp for home. He left the pack of weary travellers that had both welcomed and spurred him, and he refused to rest until he could do so in his own bed. His wife and children would be worried sick, and the missus would probably be angry that he hadn't called. She never really wanted him to go off to Savannah with the boys for the bachelor party anyway. These thoughts seeped in and leaked out just as quickly, and it was hard to concentrate. He vaguely remembered being upset that she hadn't come looking for him, but these complex ideas, too, just became images. Home. Hunger. Eat when I get there. Rest when I get home. One foot in front of the other. Fall down, get up, keep going. Home. Hunger. Her. Love? Longing for her. Longing for home. Blackout. He couldn't get inside. The front door wouldn't open. He knocked with his good arm. He beat at the door with both arms in a slow-motion frenzy as frustration mounted and became anger. Ever present under his roiling emotions, that hunger kept gnawing at him. "I'm home. Let me in," he thought he said. But the reality was that only a growl escaped his dried, cracked lips. He heard crying from the inside. Something was wrong. The need to feed flared white-hot, and his fury peaked. He knocked louder, and he yelled for her to let him come inside. His arms flailed against the door, and his growls became a constant moan. Finally, the door opened, and there she was. He saw a flash of light, but he never realized it was the flash of a muzzle. The sound of thunder that echoed into the pines and elms surrounding their secluded country home never reached his ears. He finally stopped walking, moaning and longing. "There will be others. Close the door and let's get the barricade back in place before they get here." "We need to bury him, Mama. He's been missing since this thing started, but now he's home and we need to take care of Dad." "That's not your dad anymore, baby. He died weeks ago." Under the cover of darkness, as quietly as they could, they laid him to rest next to other family members. Each of them, in that shallow, makeshift cemetery, had been driven by longing and hunger. Each of them had been looking for a missing piece of themselves that could only be found back home. The morning was being overtaken by a hazy and dull sun that had drenched Stan's jumpsuit in sweat over an hour and a half ago. The smell of refuse and decay would have made Stan and his partner, Philip, cringe had they not been immune to it, as the seasoned garbage men they were. The everyday smell of the city's air pollution wouldn't have been much of a step up anyway. Stan pondered that for a moment, trying to remember if the smell of garbage ever bothered him. Even as a new co-worker so many years ago, he couldn't recall ever being the least bit repulsed by the varying, season-sensitive smell of trash. I guess there's a calling for everyone, even for chumps with iron nostrils, Stan thought with a bit of self-disdain. Shaking off the reverie, he thought of his other daily ritual of getting back to the plant in an hour, clocking out, and searching for the elusive answers to life's problems at the bottom of a whiskey glass later. Life had been having its way with him lately, and the stacks of bills piling up next to his refrigerator at home was testament to that. His wife, Lydia, was little help since she had been laid off from work months ago. Stan had been supportive of her, assuring her daily that things would turn around. As it turns out, he had even managed to get her an interview at a waste management facility as a receptionist. She turned down the offer with a light kiss on Stan's cheek, saying she appreciated it, but that she wanted to take some time off to soul search for another career choice. The product of that soul searching were the soulless pile of bills on the counter at home. He gripped the bar tighter and adjusted his feet as the truck swung around the second to last block of the morning route, on the very street where Stan called home. He didn't have to even think of this simple action of physical adjustment as he glanced at the spot across from him that Phil usually occupied. Phil wasn't feeling well yesterday, and wasn't able to help at work today. Stan didn't mind working solo. In fact, some days he preferred it. Today happened to be one of those days. Mike, the truck driver, pulled to a stop on the first section of road that Stan had to collect from. The apartment buildings that Stan lived in were unspectacular. if not approaching the point of dilapidation. Cigarette butts littered the sidewalk and made semi-permanent residence in many of the cracks of the ill-maintained walkways. Urine streaked the wall in a ghost shape near one of the exits to the building opposite Stan's. He only really noticed this peculiarity because it was near the first pickup on the street. He hopped off and quickly made his way to the pile by the side of the truck. He always wondered how the people that shared his complex could generate so much garbage in a week. The buildings only housed 4 apartments each, there only being 4 buildings total, set adjacent and across from each other. Out of all of them, Stan seemed to make the least amount of trash every week. He glanced across the street at his 2 trash cans, neatly side by side, awaiting his heaving arms. He didn't find it strange that he took pride in how his trash cans looked compared to the slobs who left the scene in front of him. Stan took pride in his professional work. Why not show some of that pride by the garbage he made, even if no one noticed? He lifted the first of many bags on this street, noticing some French brochures that must have been left by a travelling neighbour. He threw it in the back of the truck. One bag had the audacity to rip at the bottom from his effort, leaving what must have been the contents of someone's bathroom littered on the street. Another bag burst open in the back of the truck, more French-looking papers, and contents being weeks old. He finished with his neighbour's refuse and made his way across to his complex's garbage. He began with the neighbours, secretly relishing saving his own garbage for last. This had been the way he always done it. Phil always gave him grief about that, wondering what sort of type of obsessive-compulsive behaviour triggered this weekly ritual. Stan always laughed it off with a shrug. Let him wonder. He finished hauling the emptied neighbour's contents back across the street from the truck and walked up to the toters left by him the night before. Grabbing the first, he wheeled it dutifully to the back of the truck and heaved the contents into the back. No bags ripped. Nothing that should have been in any of the bags strayed into the truck's interior. Even the very bottom of the can, where time seemed to create black residue of scum for other people's trash receptacles, was clean. He wished everyone could have been as tidy with their undesirables as he was. He returned the first can, then began wheeling the second one over. Getting to the back of the truck, he gently heaved the contents onto the back of the computer, then set the empty can on the ground. He quickly pushed the yellow button that began the crushing process of all the garbage he just put in. He looked at how well his tightly bagged contents compared to the other ripped, careless bags and debris his neighbours had left for him. Even the fluids from Lydia's body hardly marked the truck's filthy interior. After he had driven the screwdriver into the back of her head, he had made sure to individually wrap her limbs, torso, and head 3 times with heavy plastic wrap, before stuffing her into an industrial-strength waste bag. Nothing but the finest for the condescending, lazy little cow. He was also impressed at how the black residue scum that lined the inside of the truck didn't seem to show any signs of Phil's blood anywhere, since Stan pushed him in before their first stop. 10 whole stops already. And all Stan could make out was part of Phil's scalp, stuck to one of the compactor's teeth. One of Phil's exposed arms suddenly jutted from the filth, making a slow, fracturing sound as the compactor did its work. Then the limb bent over to rest upon the bag where Lydia's remains were. How fitting, Stan thought, remembering the texts he discovered on Lydia's phone last night between her and Phil. He smiled, and knew this day's whiskey intake might warrant a day off tomorrow. He returned his empty can to his place by its silent partner, hopped on the truck, and signaled to Mike to drive to the next pickup spot. He looked at the garbage cans of the next group of apartment complexes next to his own, remembering how much he hated all the noise those two college girls used to make at 3 in the morning. He licked his lips, walked to the curb, and wheeled the large and heavy garbage cans to the back of the truck. I'm sure if you're listening to this, you've already got some idea of some of the strange things that seem to leak into our world from the void. Places, objects, and sometimes people can be anchors for these things, allowing them to slip through. Those strange shadows that dart just out of view, the hushed whispers seeming to come from nowhere, the odd happenings in otherwise normal places. These can mostly be attributed to what is collectively known as the other sides. Picture, if you will, our plane of existence as a multifaceted gem. Each side of the translucent gem can just slightly see another through it, but not quite see full images. Our world is much the same. We can usually only see faint bits of the other facets, unless something is very, very wrong. Oftentimes, the events that cause us to gain insight into the other realms of our world are dangerous, mentally scarring, and tampering with them can cause the curious very severe issues. But still, there are many of you out there that are curious. You read accounts of these incidents, whether factual or twisted and embellished secondhand retellings, some even outright fake, and start wondering what it would be like to have just a taste of those adventures. Maybe you have felt cold winds brush on your arm in a still room, or seen something you can't account for and grew to enjoy the feeling. The adrenaline pumping through your system, the unique pleasure that comes with fear and the unknown. Maybe you haven't had any sort of paranormal encounter and simply crave the experience. You might want a story to tell your friends, or you might want to prove the fact that these things can and do happen. That is why I'm telling this to you. Using this ritual, you will be able to get a small taste of one of the other sides. It isn't dangerous, as long as you do it correctly. If you don't do it correctly, there are no risk of possession or some horror movie nonsense. You may though burn yourself, maybe bump into something a little hard, develop a fear of mirrors or open windows, but nothing too bad. So what will you need? A mirror large enough to show the reflection of your upper body, chest, shoulders and head, while also allowing you to place a fully open palm on the surface, i.e. no pocket mirrors. A pitch black room. This can be your bedroom, if all the lights are out. Yes, even those from chargers and cell phones and the status lights on computers. No light other than that of the next item. A candle, large enough to faintly illuminate the mirror in an otherwise dark room. You want to just be able to see yourself. You will also want it large enough to last up to an hour without going out. Those tall religious candles you tend to find at the dollar store should be enough. An alarm of some sort. You'll want to wake up at an optimal time. And somewhere comfortable to sleep for a few hours. Now for the preparations. First, you're going to want to make sure you have a large enough mirror. If it's not big enough to reflect the requirements at a full 1:1 scale, you're not going to have proper results. It won't cause any problems, but it won't work correctly either. Make sure the room you're going to be doing the ritual in is pitch black. I cannot stress this enough. You need to make sure the only light in the room will be the candle you use. Cover slits under the doors, cover windows, turn off lights, leave your cell phones and illuminated watches in another room. Just as with the mirror, you won't get some too spooky for me curse or something if you ignore this, you will just not get results. To make sure your experience is a little easier, make sure you have something to set the candle on. This can be a chair or a stand or even the side of the bathtub. When you're doing the ritual, you will be facing the mirror. You do not want to see the flame from the candle. You want to have that hidden behind your body. It needs to be raised enough to dimly illuminate the mirror. You want to be able to just make out details. As I keep repeating, you mess up here and it won't harm you, it'll just waste your time. Make sure you get a few hours sleep. You want about 2 hours or so. Make sure your alarm is nice and loud to wake you up. Being in a just awoken state is what allows you to perceive many of these paranormal events. It'll help here as well. You can, though, do it on a full night's sleep or in the middle of the day. A side note, if you're going to half-ass any of this, don't even bother doing it. You're just going to waste your time and feel like an idiot when you don't get results. So, what to do? Wake up and enter the room you're doing the ritual in. For simplicity, I'll just be saying bathroom from now on. Once inside, make sure the bathroom is pitch black. Light your candle and place it behind you on a stand of some sort. Ensure the candle and its flames cannot be seen. Stand directly in front of the mirror and put your non-dominant hand against the mirror, off to the side so you can still see your face without obstruction. Leave your hands still. Don't press too hard, but make sure your palm and fingers are laying flat. Stare into your own eyes. Alternatively, if you have problems keeping eye contact for whatever reason, stare at the point on your nose directly between your eyes. Keep focusing here as long as possible. Once you've got that down, you'll alter your breathing. Take in a deep, full breath and hold it for several seconds, as long as you can. Exhale slowly, then take another deep breath. Repeat this as long as you need for it to feel natural, where you can do it without thinking about it. Continue staring into the mirror with your palm on it. Eventually, one or more of several different things will happen, depending on conditions, how well you followed instructions, and how attuned you are to such things. The possible results are as follows. You may start feeling the glass under your palm crawl and squirm, possibly even buzz and vibrate. It might feel like putting your hand on a low bass amp, or it could feel like sticking your palm in a pit of insects. You may start noticing distortions in your own face. Many people claim to see family members who have passed, but others tend to see alterations on their own faces, from animalistic to demonic. You may hear voices, whispers, odd sounds, often mechanical in nature, or in some cases, music. The volume of these sounds varies from account to account. In extreme cases, some people claim to have seen their scenery change. This could be subtle changes from the wall colours to not even being inside any longer. People have also claimed to see others in the reflection beside themselves. Again, these are extreme cases and tend to happen to those who keep focused for long periods. So, ending the ritual. Return to your normal breathing and close your eyes for a moment. Open them and turn on a light. Put out the candle and that's it. Simple as pie. Depending on your experience, you may feel uneasy around reflective surfaces. You might want to avoid and/or cover them for the next few days. Nothing's going to get you, unless you're already in an endangered location, but it might comfort you. Your experience may vary from the above results, and it probably will be different each time you do this. And a final note, I do not suggest doing this with a window facing out into a pitch black yard. I do not suggest doing this with a glass door facing a pitch black area. Mirrors are safe, and they just let you and them look back and forth. Doors and windows are a different story. They let things in. And just keep in mind that while you're trying to get a glimpse of these things, they may be trying to get a good look at you too.